Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Lada. I'm chair of the Committee on Professional Conduct meeting and Secretary-Treasurer for the board. Today, we are having the March 21st, 2024 Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. Let's adjourn. Or I always do that. Let's begin. Okay, the CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via the WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting at Sacramento location. I will then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. Okay, Ms. Reed, can we go ahead and take roll?
Doug Aguilera.
Present.
Nancy Corrigan. Nancy Corrigan, present. Christian Lada.
Present.
Teresa Thompson.
Present.
Yen Tu.
Present.
And Evangeline Ward. Present. And we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Moving on to our agenda item number 1. Do we have any public comments for items not on the agenda? Seeing none here in Sacramento. Moderator, do we have any public comment?
This is the moderator. I have opened a Q&A. Members of the public who are logged in on WebEx, if you would like to participate, click the question mark inside of the square, type the word comment in the text box, and make sure you send it to all panelists. You can also raise your hand if you call in by pressing *3. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, moderator, please close. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 2. Approve the minutes of the January 25th, 2024 committee meeting. Board members or committee members, do I have any comments or a motion? Ms. Tu?
Oh, never mind. I was not here, so I'm going to have to abstain from minutes.
Okay.
Ms. Corrigan?
Yes, I move to adopt the minutes of the January 25th, 2024 committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Do I have a second?
I second the motion to adopt.
Thank you. Here in Sacramento, do we have any public comments on agenda item number 2? Seeing none, moderator, please open Q&A for public comment.
Q&A is now open online. The instructions are on the screen. Just click the question mark inside of the square, type comment, send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, *3 to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, moderator, please close public comment. Ms. Reed, can we take a vote?
Nancy Corrigan? Yes. Christian Lada?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Abstain.
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
And Doug Aguilera?
Abstain.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Moving on to agenda item number 3, information on the adoption of the 150 semester unit requirement, California's mobility program, and the connection between semester unit requirements and mobility. Our licensing division chief, Michelle Center, will give us a presentation. Please proceed.
Good morning. I feel like I always get the prize for the longest title of my items, and so I'm not sure what the award is, but I feel like I've earned it. So we'll go ahead and start this morning with an item on mobility. So this is an information item. There's no action requested on this item. The purpose is to provide the CPC with the background of the current 150 semester unit requirement and how it relates to mobility and the concept of substantial equivalency. An understanding of the 150 semester unit requirement, mobility, and the connection between the two is particularly important at this time. This understanding will help guide CBA discussions, recommendations, and actions on such topics as initiatives that arise from the SURE CPA project and NASBA exposure drafts on additional substantially equivalent pathways to licensure. I'll begin by giving a brief overview of substantial equivalency, which is a concept developed by NASBA to simplify practice across states and is the foundation of mobility. NASBA defines substantial equivalency as a jurisdiction holding license requirements essentially equivalent to those outlined in the Uniform Accountancy Act, or UAA. Specifically, NASBA defines substantial equivalency as the completion of a baccalaureate and 150 semester units, passing the Uniform CPA examination, and 1 year of experience. This concept is often referred to as the 3 E's. Substantial equivalency was introduced to provide a foundation for CPA mobility and cross-border practice by building trust between jurisdictions. Once states enacted substantially equivalent requirements for entry into the profession, CPAs were able to practice across borders without providing notice and paying a fee. Next, let's take a look at the history of California's 150 semester unit requirement for licensure. Before January 1, 2002, the CBA provided 3 alternatives to qualify for CPA licensure. Depending on an applicant's educational qualifications, they would have a 24, 36, or 48-month experience requirement. As part of its sunset review in the year 2000, the CBA proposed significant modifications to its existing licensure processes to align it more closely with the UAA. The most notable proposed change to the licensure education requirements included a pathway that would require a baccalaureate degree and a minimum of 150 semester units. One of the primary concerns raised by stakeholders focused on the educational shifts the CBA proposed for licensure. Stakeholders voiced concern on the impact the transition to a single pathway with increased unit requirements would have on the pipeline. In response to these concerns, 2 pathways to licensure were established. One requiring 120 semester units and 2 years of experience, and one requiring 150 semester units and 1 year of experience. Additionally, the legislature established the ability for individuals to obtain licensure with general accounting experience. The new pathways became effective on January 1, 2002. Implementation of a 150 semester unit pathway meant that California, one of the last states to do so, was now considered a substantially equivalent state. However, NASBA warned California in 2009 that failure to remove the 120 semester unit pathway would result in the loss of its substantial equivalency status, which could have impacted California licensees' mobility across state lines. In response, substantial equivalency was enacted in 2009 that eliminated the pathway allowing licensure with 120 semester units. So the next sentence I have in bold, so it's emphasized. Okay. It is crucial to understand that the current 150 semester unit requirement for licensure was enacted specifically with the intent of maintaining substantial equivalency as defined by NASBA so that California CPAs could continue to realize the benefits of mobility with other states. In addition to eliminating the 120 semester unit pathway, the 150 unit requirement was modified to include 20 semester units of accounting study and 10 semester units of ethics study. The inclusion of the accounting study and ethics study requirements ensured that the additional 30 semester units required for licensure included coursework relevant to the profession. Next, I'll cover the evolution of California's mobility program. During the CPA's 2000 Sunset Review, the CBA, did I say CPA? It's CBA, sorry, reviewed its various statutes and regulations for conformity with the UAA. Prior to 2006, out-of-state licensees and accounting firms lawfully practicing in another state could temporarily practice in California incidental to their practice in another state, provided that the licensees or accounting firms did not solicit California clients or assert or imply that they were licensed to practice public accountancy in California. At the time, there was a movement occurring nationally to create a higher degree of substantial equivalency among states and increase the ability of licensees to engage in cross-border practice. To allow for increased cross-border practice, the legislature enacted the original practice privilege provisions in 2004. Beginning in 2006, the California Practice Privilege Law required out-of-state CPAs to file a written notice and pay a fee to the CBA to obtain a practice privilege. Practice privilege differed from a California license in that the individual could not have a principal place of business in California and had to file for a new practice privilege every year. The current mobility provisions became effective on January 1st, 2013, after the legislature removed the notice and fee requirements. Now, out-of-state licensees are granted a practice privilege if they meet certain requirements, including holding a CPA license from a state, which the CBA determines has substantially equivalent education, examination, and experience requirements to California. The CBA designated these states when it adopted California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 5.5, which lists the substantially equivalent jurisdictions. So how does the 150 semester unit requirement relate to mobility? If a state were to change its educational requirements in a way that resulted in licensee standards falling below 150 semester units, NASBA would likely deem that state to no longer be substantially equivalent. The loss of a state's substantially equivalent designation may impact the ability of that state's licensees to engage in cross-border practice without an evaluation of the CPA's qualifications. Actions taken in California and other jurisdictions, as well as by NASBA, could impact licensees who wish to engage in mobility at the state level and may result in the need for evaluation of individual qualifications by each state board of accountancy. A CPA holding a license in good standing from a state listed in our California Code of Regulations, Section 5.5, may be eligible to engage in the practice of public accountancy in California under practice privilege without obtaining a California CPA license. Because substantially equivalent states are codified, that doesn't sound right. Is it right, Nancy? Nancy said I said it right. In CCR Section 5.5, if NASBA were to rescind any state's designation of substantial equivalency, it would not have an immediate impact on California's mobility provisions. A regulatory change would need to take place before another state would no longer be considered substantially equivalent in California. In addition to substantial equivalency, California's mobility provisions also provide for individuals to qualify by having practiced public accountancy for 4 out of the last 10 years, or by having individual qualifications evaluated by NASBA to determine if they are consistent with California's 150 semester unit pathway. There's more. The impact on CBA licensees if California were to modify its 150 semester unit requirement is unknown. In some instances, states that have not specified substantially equivalent jurisdictions in statutory or regulatory language may be able to move more quickly to prohibit mobility for a CPA from a state lacking substantial equivalency. Whereas in other states, the impact may be more gradual. This means that if California were to enact licensure requirements deemed by NASBA or other states as inconsistent with substantial equivalency, CBA licensees could experience greater obstacles to engaging in mobility. To address the decrease of candidates entering the CPA pipeline, some states plan to introduce or have already introduced legislation to implement licensure pathways that would allow for additional alternatives to licensure in addition to the 150 semester units. They are doing so to reduce barriers to licensure. On February 12, 2024, Minnesota reintroduced legislation that was originally introduced in 2023 that would add an alternative path to licensure of 120 semester units and 2 years of experience. This bill was moved to the Finance Committee by unanimous vote, and CBA staff are monitoring its progress. Additionally, the Oregon Board of Accountancy has indicated interest in broadening licensure alternatives in addition to the required 150 semester units, but has not yet introduced legislation. NASBA's Professional Licensure Task Force is exploring an experiential learning concept, which is intended to address concerns surrounding the decrease of candidates entering the CPA pipeline and would create a substantially equivalent, keyword there, licensure model that does not require 150 semester units. The concept is in the early stages, and staff are monitoring updates from the task force. Additionally, staff are observing the AICPA's National Pipeline Advisory Group and attending meetings of CalCPA's California Pipeline Advisory Group to provide information on CPA statutes and regulations. So this includes a very long presentation. I will now turn it back over to Chair Lotta, and Dominic Franzella will be happy to assist me in answering any difficult questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Center, for that thorough presentation. We thank staff for gathering this information for us, and it's informative for us board members who weren't present during all of that time. So we thank you. Board members, do we have any comments? Ms. Corrigan?
Thank you. Setting that long subject title aside, and I was one of the ones that was around then, but it's nice to have, and one that I have flagged to keep, a document that is so thorough in documenting the history of how it all started and where it has evolved to this day. So important to recognize too, I have no idea back then whether it was referred to as a pipeline issue, as it is now, is kind of the hot topic nationally, but that was considered back then by those involved. And so always been a consideration on, how do we make it possible for candidates, and how do we get them through the process and yet maintain those standards. So I just commend staff on putting this together, and I really appreciate and plan to keep it and refer back to it. So important to monitor this very complicated process that everyone is going through to try to arrive at solutions to the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Any other committee member comments? Ms. Tu?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Center, I know you mentioned a couple of states have legislation going in regarding reducing the amount and possibly internship and so forth. I know you mentioned that we will be monitoring those things. Do those states inform us if they do make any changes? Because it will be impacting how we treat those CPA from those states, correct?
So the states are not required to inform us, but they do, NASBA does monitor and provide information on their website, and I am very confident that they will ensure that state boards are made aware of any changes that are enacted in other states.
Ms. Ward, did you still have a question?
I want to just make sure. So we have something in place now, 150 semester units required. So if I'm understanding this, the possible outcome is once NASBA does their research, whatnot, they want to eliminate the 150 Are you just saying have a degree and just go forward?
So let me clarify that if you don't mind. So NASBA is very adamant in the 150 unit requirement. What they are looking at is an alternative to the 30 units that is the difference, if you will, from 120 and 130, and an alternative to how you might satisfy that requirement. And in that, it is an experiential learning model, but they see that more as an alternative to the 30, not as a replacement, if you will, of 150. That is how they're messaging that right now. It's a very fine line, but yes, there would be a pathway for 120 if NASBA's current proposal were adopted by them. Of course, it's then up to individual states to determine what their individual pathways would be.
Okay, thank you.
Any other committee member comments or questions? I'll add mine into the mix. So I know you mentioned that NASBA has information on the website about the states that are substantially equivalent. Is staff monitoring internally as they see changes? I know you mentioned Minnesota. Do we know how many or which other states are also considering making some changes to the regulations in relation to this? Mr. Franzella.
Thank you. At this time, the only state that has actually moved anything is Minnesota. And again, it's just moving through its legislative process. Nothing has taken effect. It does have a delayed implementation of July 1, 26, with the goal being during this period of time, if it should pass out of the Minnesota legislature and become law, that it would allow for NASBA, the AICPA, Minnesota, state boards in general, to minimize the impact on mobility. I think the reality is everybody's, even NASBA, has come to terms with the fact that no matter what the pathways, the alternative pathways are, there will likely be an impact on mobility because not all states have adopted it in the same way. We all apply it similarly and allow for the cross-border practice, but there is a lot of deviations in terms of how states have implemented, as Ms. Center had said, in terms of they might not have it on their statutes, they might not have it in their regulations, they may say it one way versus how we say it, and so the impact could be gradual or it could be substantial, and everybody's just trying to figure out how to make it as less bumpy along the way. I think, and I'll give kudos to Mr. Fox back there. They provided a visual on it of two paths, one that it looks like it's going to break, but it's more gradual and, you know, a lot easier to go down instead of all these trees falling in the way and creating all this bumpiness along through the process. So Minnesota, I do know, I anticipate Oregon has been very clear that they will be doing something next year. That's just, they're on a 2-year legislative cycle. They don't have a legislature meeting right now. So I anticipate them, and I do believe South Carolina has language. I'm not sure if it was introduced or not. But those are the 3 states that I'm aware of that actually have something formulated.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. I have one more question, either Ms. Center or Mr. Franzella, about, so you said that NASBA is adamant about the 150 unit requirement. So as states consider these changes, that's pretty clear, and they're just looking for alternatives of how to obtain the additional 30 units, correct?
I would say that NASBA's hearing from states, but in terms of how their visuals are displayed as if the alternative is a way to compensate for a lack of 150, if that makes sense. There currently is not anything on the table from NASBA that is, for example, more similar to what California had before, which was 120 in 2 years. It is very much trying to make that extra year of experience very structured in a way that they have voiced makes it more equivalent to the 30 unit difference.
Ms. Tu?
So am I hearing you correctly when you say NASBA is still sticking to the 150? It's just that they are looking at possible alternative 30 units that people can do.
Well, they are looking at alternatives, both. They already have implemented one that is on the transcript. It's kind of a way of thinking about it, on the transcript or not on the transcript, right? So there's the 30 units. There's alternatives to how to get those 30 on a transcript, and that would have been what you've heard from us on the ELE, which is at Tulane University right now, right? That is a way of getting those 30 on the transcript, but it's a collaboration between a university and a firm, okay? And then right now, what they're looking at is an alternative to get the 30 not on a transcript. So that would be this structured professional program is, I think, the correct words for the acronym, but it's very much a structured type of process to gain experience that they believe would be equivalent. Now, please don't take what I said to mean that we have a lot of information on what that program is. That's pretty much all the information we have right now. They are continuing to meet the task force and have conversations. And as we gather more information, I'm sure we will provide that to the board.
Thank you. Any additional committee member comments or questions? Seeing none, any public comment here in Sacramento?
Jason Fox of the California Society of CPAs. I just want to underscore the documents the staff put together is a very good summary of the history, and I think it's important for the board to understand the historical components of the educational requirements and mobility being coupled together. And as you start to think about pipeline and changes, it's hard and very difficult to not disrupt the other without making, because they're connected, when you make one change, it's going to impact the other ones. And I think as noted, you see some of the actions either on the national level through NASBA and their pipeline task force. AICPA has a national pipeline advisory group, and both similarly looking at what a new national educational licensure model might look like. You know, whatever that ends up being, there's going to be some disruption to mobility most likely as states kind of consider those new models and then recenter around what that might look like. Alternatively, you're probably going to see, you know, states and probably including additional states start to pursue their own options, and there's going to be some disruptions related to those state actions. And so over the next few months, year or so, I would suspect there's going to be a number of items brought to you related to considerations of either new national models or how to adjust states that have pursued that. So I would, you know, maybe put this in your favorites section to kind of look at it, because I think it's important as California thinks of what it means for CPAs, California CPAs going across and working with other states, or vice versa, other states or CPAs coming into California. And from a profession standpoint, we're very much engaged in the conversations. We have a working group looking at all these different options. We've invited some of the board staff to be part of that to help kind of advise and provide their input where appropriate. So again, just want to thank the staff for kind of highlighting this, because I think it's important to understand this context. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Mr. Franzella?
Thank you. Before we move on to the rest of the public comments, and I think Mr. Fox touched on it really well, is there's a lot of discussion happening on the pipeline piece, and mobility is being handled tangentially to it in a way. It's not really at the forefront of some of the discussions. There's a lot of concerns about, and they use the term a lot in the Minnesota discussion about breaking mobility and the concerns with that. And so one of the reasons why staff brought this piece together to really try to emphasize that interconnection. It is being talked about nationally, but they're kind of siloing it to some extent and focusing on the pipeline and then the ramifications potentially to mobility. We obviously are, it's a concern because pipeline is the board has been very clear. The pipeline is the kind of the biggest issue we're facing right now, but right behind that is mobility in some respects. So we want to make sure that this board is well informed about the fact that they probably need to be handled a little bit more hand in hand to a degree, at least in terms of how we're thinking about certain pieces, so that we're really cognizant of the fact that they are interconnected, you know, and our educational requirements weren't necessarily brought to a particular level simply because it made for that 150 was necessary to enter the profession. It was brought along because of mobility, not because of the other way around. So we just want to make sure members are kind of really clear on that, and that our discussions are kind of touching on both subjects concurrently, because a lot of the stuff we bring to you from the UAA or sorry, from NASBA's task force is really just pipeline driven. They talk about mobility, but it's not a focus. And so we don't want to lose sight of that along the way. So.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Ms. Corrigan?
Yes, and another question for Mr. Franzella. So as we are all kind of monitoring, you know, the task force, NASBA has one, AICPA, there are a lot of groups working on this, of course, nationally, and staff obviously are monitoring. Our staff coming up with ideas on a solution for this issue, rather than, you know, being reactive. Are our staff kind of being proactive and kind of jotting down their own ideas of what might work, and also in consideration of mobility?
Mr. Franzella?
Thank you. Yes, obviously, the board last year embarked on Sure CPA, the Students Understanding the Requirements for CPA Licensure project, which it had a certain type of box focused solely on the 150 and enhancing the clarity that exists with our current educational requirements and modernizing them to a degree, but within the box of 150. Staff obviously saw a lot of writing on the wall as the year progressed and as we moved into this year, and things were starting to happen both at the national level, but just between CalCPA and the Board of Accountancy and things that we were participating in and outreach events that members were doing in the Sure CPA project, that Ms. Center and myself and her team had started kicking around, kind of internally having some discussions on if the board eventually wants to expand the scope of Sure CPA project or add on to it in some capacity, that we could be more involved in the discussion from the board level in terms of alternatives to the 150 or things that are akin to what's going on with NASBA's task force or the CPAG group or the NPAG groups and all of those. And so obviously there's an agenda item later today, 2G, which we'll kind of cover in more detail at that time, that is designed to kind of give the board some of that ability to kind of expand in that environment. But staff are looking at this in concert. We are looking at both educational requirements and substantial equivalency together. So that way, if the board wants to go out and start voicing more, like these are some alternatives you may want to consider, or wants to be more proactive, like you said, then we're in a position to do so once the board kind of gives us that direction. And as you can see in our next meeting with Sunset Review, the educational requirements are part of the discussion there. So I think it's clear that the board probably wants to become more active instead of reactive or listening to what's happening, but being more of a engaging partner in those discussions.
Any other committee member comments? Seeing none, public comment here in Sacramento after Ms. Corrigan's comment. Seeing none, moderator, please open the Q&A for public comment.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click the question mark inside of the square, typically bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type comment and send it to all panelists. For those who are calling in, *3 to raise your virtual hand. I do have individual identified as Joe. Joe, I'm going to send a request to unmute you. Just click the unmute me button when prompted. You have 5 minutes. I'll do a 30-second warning before your time is up. And I just sent the request to unmute you. And Joe, I'm going to send another request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Joe Collette, and I'm a practicing CPA in California. I really appreciate, the CBA and all it's doing to, address these supply shortages that are affecting all of us and our clients. I'm really concerned about the impacts that the supply shortages are having on the quality of services that clients in my community are receiving. And so I really appreciate, all these efforts to increase the pipeline. And I guess I would just say, I think increasing the pipeline does need to be the #1 priority. And while I appreciate the concerns about mobility, my sort of intuition is that, they're addressable concerns, they would be resolved, and I wouldn't want to see that hold up efforts to increase the pipeline.
Thank you for your comment.
And this is the moderator. Next individual, John Stiller. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Give me just a moment. Request has been sent.
I'm a California CPA candidate. And I just wanted to share that I don't believe the 150 hour is the pipeline problem. It really has to do with the starting salaries for CPA candidates and staff and the investment that it takes to become a CPA versus the reward and salaries. And I believe a lot of these requirements are just outdated. There's more and more tax professional firms that don't require CPAs. You don't need a CPA to prepare taxes. And with automation of software, there's not going to have the need to be as many CPAs. So until I think there's a greater need for CPAs outside of the tax and audit realm, the move towards advisory, more of the client accounting services, and the benefit of having a CPA to offer those services, students aren't going to see the payoff to get a CPA because the salaries are low considering other professions that require a master's degree and the vigorous exams and all the other compliance requirements that go along with getting the CPA. So for me, the 150 was not a problem. I was able to go back to school, get my master's. It was a great process. I love learning. It's really more about getting an awareness and the value of having a CPA out to the younger generation. Because right now they don't see the value because the general public doesn't see the value of having a CPA. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your public comment. We appreciate your perspective. Moderator, are there any additional public comments?
No, there are not. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Please. Yes, please. Thank you. Being that there's no action on this agenda item, we will move on to agenda item number 4, discussion and possible action on proposed amendments to California Code of Regulations Title 16, Article 2.5, License Status, and Article 12, Continuing Education. I will turn it back over to Ms. Center, the Chief of our Licensing Division, for her presentation.
Thank you, Chair Latta. So the purpose of this agenda item is to provide this committee an opportunity to discuss the broad changes staff are recommending to Title 16 of the CCR's Article 2.5, as well as Article 12. These address continuing educations, or I will refer to it as CE for short. Staff are requesting that the board appoint no more than 2 members to work closely with staff to finalize proposed regulatory language for board consideration. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank Cal CPA and NASBA for their willingness to share their experiences, engage in problem-solving discussions with staff. I'm excited to know that NASBA is also looking at some of the same issues we're trying to improve upon. As a reminder, CPAs renewing in an active status must complete 80 hours of CE in the 2 years immediately preceding their license expiration date. Currently, the regulations allow CPAs to earn CE through a variety of different program types, such as live presentations, self-study, and webcasts. At its September 2023 meeting, the board discussed improvements that could be made to the CE regulations, and those improvements would address the clarity of the regulations, improvements to the regulatory review CE course, and the ability for the board to react timely to developments in teaching and learning approaches. Staff have reviewed the current regulations and recommend exploring the following 4 changes, or change categories, I think is probably more accurate. They can be found starting near the end of page 2 if you want to follow along. First, we want to allow for emerging learning approaches and technologies by drafting regulatory language that would allow CE providers to implement these new approaches without the need for us to change our regulations first. For example, the specificity of the program types which qualify, including such program types as live presentations, self-study, and webcasts, makes it difficult for CE providers to utilize new learning approaches or technology that may not fall within the current schema. The future regulations could focus more on the foundations of a quality program, such as developing learning goals, learning objectives, and learning activities instead of delivery modes of the course. Taking this approach would allow CE providers to utilize new learning approaches and emerging technologies in continuing education more quickly. Second, increase clarity and reduce repetition by reorganizing the content, creating a definition section, removing cross-references when appropriate, and removing language that is repeated for each program type. The current regulations in Article 12 could be clarified and organized in a better way. Rethinking how the sections of the article are organized should help. For example, instead of addressing how to calculate credit hours with somewhat different requirements under each program type, the regulations could be organized with a section that solely addresses options for how a CE provider could calculate credit hours. Also, the addition of a definition section will reduce some repetition and eliminate some of the cross-reference needs. Third, update subject areas by considering additional non-technical subjects that may contribute to the professional competence of a licensee. For example, this board has shown support for the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Therefore, the regulations might include additional non-technical subject areas such as world languages and harassment prevention. Fourth, improve the regulatory review course by exploring areas for improvement such as the current renewal process. For example, the regulations could improve upon the approval process for the course. Additionally, the board may wish to explore other changes to the course now that it is in the process of removing the PEP exam requirement, assuming that is enacted soon. So given all of this information I've shared with you, staff recommend, the CPC recommend that the CBA direct staff to explore these changes to CCR Articles 2.5 and 12, and that the CBA president appoint no more than 2 CBA members to work closely with staff to finalize proposed regulatory language for future consideration. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to Chair Latta, and will do my best to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Center. Do I have a board member who wishes to make a motion? Ms. Corrigan?
Yes, thank you. I move to recommend staff's recommendation in the document that the CBA president direct appoint no more than 2 members to work closely with staff in connection with these updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Ms. Tu?
I will second that.
Thank you. Any additional board member discussion or comments? I have one question. Ms. Center, you mentioned in the last section, improve regulatory review course, that the CBA may wish to separate the regulatory review course for new licensees. I was wondering what prompted that potential suggestion. Are there topics that pertain to new licensees that are currently not included in the regulatory review course that we currently have?
Not so much topics, but that was something that came up at one of our prior board discussions when we were talking about using the regulatory review course, requiring that sooner because of the elimination of tests. That was one of the topics that we discussed. I don't know if it will be an alternative that we end up proposing in draft regulations, but at this point in time, we do encourage us to engage in that option or that consideration with a board member or two.
Thank you. Any additional committee comments? Seeing none, any public comments here in Sacramento on this item? We have Mr. Jason Fox approaching from Cal CPA.
Jason Fox is with California Society of CPAs. So we're very much in support of the board's staff's project here. I think it's an important, long overdue reevaluation of the C regulation updates and clarifications, particularly looking at new technologies and modalities of learning and being a little bit more flexible as things change. Specific to the point on the regulatory review course, we're very much supportive of kind of looking at tightening up some of those requirements now that's going to be serving an additional purpose. I would note on the consideration of a course for new licensees, I think there's the distinction I would look at it is maybe there's your first kind of iteration of understanding a lot of these California Accountancy Act and rules and regulations at the first time, whereas it might be a little bit of a different experience if you're going to it as a seasoned CPA that's been licensed for 10 plus years. So I think the way somebody seeing it for the first time might learn it, it might be different than somebody that just needs an update on changes. And so I think that would be the consideration I would think about in the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. That comment was very insightful. Thanks. Any other additional comments here in Sacramento for public? Seeing none, moderator, please open the Q&A for public comment.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you're online and would like to participate, click the question mark inside of the square, type comment, and send it to all panelists. If you are calling in, press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Ms. Reed, please take a vote.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Yen Tu, Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
and Doug Aguilera.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. That adjourns our Committee on Professional Conduct meeting for today. Thank you.
LC will start in 5 minutes at 10 o'clock. I beg your pardon, 10:02, I'm late. Good morning, everybody. If everybody can take a seat, we get started on our legislative committee for March 21, 2024. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting at the Sacramento location. I would then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment on WebEx. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. Ms. Reed, could you take a roll for the committee?
Patricia Batchelor,
Present.
Nancy Dong. Present. Christian Lotta,
Present.
Tony Lynn,
Present.
Katrina Salazar,
Here.
and Yin Tu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. And Ms. Song, welcome to our committee, your first meeting. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here.
Absolutely. So I would like to read the mission statement for the record. The CBA's mission is to protect consumer by ensuring only qualified licensors practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be permanent. All right, now we are going to our agenda item 1, public comment for item not on the agenda. Do I have any public comment from Sacramento location? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up for WebEx for public comment?
Yes, this is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that question mark inside of the square, type comment, and make sure it goes to all panelists before clicking send. If you're calling in from a phone, dial *3 to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no request for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Thank you, moderator. All right, we're moving on to item number 2, approval of minutes of the January 25th, 2024 Legislative Committee meeting. Any comment or motion to approve the minutes? Ms. Salas?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Thanks. I see a second from Tony. And any comment from the committee members? I would like to open up the item to the public for Sacramento location. Seeing none, moderator, could you open up WebEx for comments?
Yes, the Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. Again, click that question mark, type comment, send to all panelists, or press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you, moderator. All right, Ms. Reed, could you take the roll call for vote?
Patricia Batchelor,
Present.
is it yes?
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Nancy Dong,
Abstain.
all right. Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
and Yin Tu.
Thank.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you, Ms. Reed, for that. Item number 3, California Board of Accountancy 2024 Legislative Tracking Chart, 2024 Legislative Calendar, and consideration for taking position on legislation. This is a written report. We don't have any presentation. Any board member have any comments or questions? Seeing none, any public in Sacramento location? Seeing none, moderator, can you open up WebEx for comment?
Yes, the Q&A is open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comment, send it to all panelists, or press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, there are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, moderator. Thank you so much. All right, now we're going to our next item, number 4, review and approval of responses to the questions on the Sunset Review background paper. And before I ask Mr. Hemphill to do his report, I must say again, compliment to staff, Dominic and also Ms. Salazar for the presentation at the Senate Rules.
All right. Thank you, Chair 2. Good morning, members. I am David Hemphill, Information and Planning Officer with the CBA. As Ms. Tu just said, it was just a little over a week ago on March 11, the CBA appeared before the legislature's Joint Sunset Review Committee, which was comprised of both the Assembly Business and Professions and the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committees. CBA member Katrina Salazar and Executive Officer Dominic Franzella testified regarding the CBA's consumer protection mission, its regulatory oversight responsibilities, and highlighted some of our successes since the prior Sunset Review. And I will echo what Ms. Tu had to say. They did an excellent job in their testimonies. In advance of this hearing, the legislature prepared a background paper which contained 13 issues and a legislative staff recommendation on each one. This agenda item provides the opportunity for the LC to review and approve our proposed responses to the issues to be submitted back to the legislature in early April. The CBA's proposed responses are contained in the attachments to this agenda item, conveniently numbered as the same as the current issue. So when I'm referring to issue 1, we can be looking at attachment 1, which is going to make it very nice. I will briefly summarize each issue with its legislative staff recommendation individually, along with the proposed CBA response, and then open it up for feedback from the committee about our responses, whether you have suggested edits, whether you have new things to include. We would be open to all of that feedback. Are we ready? So let's start off with issue number 1, of course, also attachment number 1, the legislatively established committees. So this pertains to the removal of the Mobility Stakeholder Group, or MSG, from statute. Now, in the legislative staff recommendation, they also asked how the CBA verifies that licensure requirements in other states are at least as stringent as those in California. Our response states that when the present practice privilege or mobility provisions were established, proactive steps were taken to ensure that out-of-state licensees met minimum requirements for entry. The MSG considered whether the practice privilege provisions were consistent with the CBA's duty to protect the public. The MSG completed its legislative mandates and has not met since 2019. NASBA currently shares any state's potential deviation from substantial equivalency, allowing the CBA to stay informed on other states' requirements. The CBA believes it is well positioned to examine mobility issues in the future on its own, or through its Committee on Professional Conduct, or perhaps an ad hoc task force. We would like to add that the response as it currently is stated lacks that definitive statement that we recommend that the MSG would be eliminated. So that could be something with your approval that we would add into our response to that. So I will now turn it back to you. Are there any questions or comments from the committee members?
Any questions or comments? David, you can continue on.
To adding in a sentence saying that you do recommend that they discontinue the MSG group, because that was the sentence that I was looking for in the response, and I wasn't sure if you were thinking of including the scope as part of the CBA going forward, which sounds like that is the case and we have the capacity to do that, or if you're leaning towards getting more guidance from staff and as to how to approach this question. So I would think it's a good idea to include that last sentence.
Thank you for that feedback, Ms. Duong. We'll definitely include that in our response.
Anybody else? Seeing none, Mr. Hemhill,
Okay.
continue.
So issue number 2 regarding digital communications and documentation acceptance. So there's 2 parts to this issue. The first would allow the CBA to notify licensees of proposed regulatory changes via email rather than by mail. In the proposed response, we include information requested in the staff recommendation regarding allowing licensees to receive a hard copy notification of regulatory changes. Our proposed response also notes that an individual can presently request a hard copy of these proposed regulatory changes and that all these changes are posted on the CBA website. Eliminating the mailings would save the CBA approximately $70,000 per occasion, and the obvious benefit of the electronic notification arriving much faster. Now, the second part, the documentation acceptance, deals with how the CBA receives transcripts from students enrolled in dual degree programs, which often wait until the entire program is completed to confer both the bachelor's and master's degrees. The amendment would give the CBA flexibility to receive this educational evidence in hard copy or electronic format. Are there any comments or questions from the members about number 2?
Ms. Batchelor?
Yes, I have a question. The move is to have students start to email. Is that secure? I haven't seen transcripts in years. And I was wondering, is there any sensitive information that's on the transcripts? Because you know how things are now. Email can be hacked and different things like that. So versus the email, is a possibility for some type of secure way, like a secure file where students can upload information versus using email. Has that been considered?
I'll go ahead and I'll take that question, Michelle Center, Licensing Chief. So the process that we use is we review any provider that has requested to send us transcripts. Transcripts are not sent from the student. They're sent from a provider, such as Parchment would be one, National Clearinghouse would be another provider. Providers that would like to allow their transcripts to be sent to us electronically instead of in paper, we review their request. We ensure that there is a method for us to review the email that we receive to ensure it's authentic. For example, where it's from, are there some things that we should look for on that particular transcript to ensure it's authentic. Those providers have to adhere to specified law to ensure that they protect student privacy in their transmissions. So that is why it's important for us to use those providers instead of asking students to email documents directly to us.
Any other comment or questions? Mr. Hemhill, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to issue number 3, which is focusing on preventing future committee vacancies to avoid quorum issues. Our proposed response lists the many ways the CBA has been actively conducting outreach to encourage qualified licensees to apply to become a committee member, and that we don't feel we need legislative assistance at this time. Are there any comments or questions about issue 3?
And, Ms. Batchelor?
I have a comment. When I joined this board, I had no idea that there were vacancies. I actually was I requested to be on the board of fiduciaries because I did get an email from them. And so then the government's office looked at it and they said, well, what about the Board of Accountancy? We think you'll be a better fit. So I said, well, sure. I didn't know that they had any vacancies. So all CPAs get these requests because it bypassed me.
It's not a request email that Ms. Batchelor is talking about. You're talking about on the website of CPA, right?
Well, this specific issue is regarding committee vacancies as opposed to the CBA itself.
Okay.
But we have sent, I believe it was 2 to 3 years ago, where we sent an email to our entire list of CPAs, just kind of making them aware of the fact that there were vacancies, and it was a link to our website, 4 pages. So that is one of the things we have done. And as you see in the attachment, there's the list from social media posts to the web page that we have, and videos that we've done. When Ms. Salazar was president last year, she did a couple videos about that specifically as well. So
Okay,
that-
thank you.
some of the things we're doing.
Yeah, and I have asked Cal CPA if they advertise the fact that they're all vacancy on CPA, and Mr. Fox has said to me that on a regular basis they do make sure people know from Cal CPA.
And we appreciate
It sounds
their
like
support
he said
for
that
that.
was a fair statement. So, all right, thank you. Anybody else? Comments? All right, continue on.
Just one question, actually. Are you
Ms.
checking to see whether the emails being sent out are being flagged as junk? And this goes back to the previous issue area, number 2, where if you are replacing mailouts, which saves money, obviously, and better for the environment, too, with emails, how do you know it's going directly into somebody's inbox?
Unfortunately, at this time, we don't have the capability to track that based on the system that we use, but that is something that we could potentially explore in the future. Yeah.
But to that point, obviously, we will, if we transition to any kind of more email-centric process, we will be sharing that information on social media, posting it on our website. They're directing individuals to, make sure their settings are appropriate, or that they're making adjustments to their settings to make sure they're receiving our emails. So it is kind of on both ends that there'll probably need to be a fix.
Thank you for that question, though. Move on. Okay. So moving on to issue 4, which is relating to staff vacancies, CBA staff vacancies, specifically focusing on recruiting CPAs to apply for these supervising and investigative CPA positions. In their staff recommendation, they're asking if there's any legislative help that they can provide. The proposed CBA response states that the CBA is currently working with the Department of Consumer Affairs, who is in turn working with the California Department of Human Resources to address the pay differential language to allow internal candidates to retain the retention bonus when promoting to the supervising investigative CPA classification. There are established processes for modifications to a classification and compensation involving participation and agreement from the union and eventually the state personnel board. And the CBA will continue working with DCA for this study. So we're saying at this point we don't need any help from the legislature. Are there any comments or questions about issue 4?
Ms. Latta.
Thank you, Mr. Hemphill. I'm just wondering, do we have a timeline of or an expectation of when that would be resolved?
Dominic.
Thank you. We've been working on, as it relates to the pay differential, I think we submitted a memo in 2022. So it's been an ongoing process since that time, but I do know it's being actively looked at again by Cal HR and DCA. And as for the pay raise, pay increase, that kind of part, it was in the bargaining unit contract last time. It is a carryover this time, and these are items that are really more Cal HR, SEIU, and the governor's office dependent.
Other comments? Seeing none, please continue on.
Okay, thank you, Chair 2. Issue 5 asks what the CBA is doing to improve its stakeholder satisfaction. The proposed CBA response discusses how we believe the root cause of the recent decline in our stakeholder satisfaction survey results stems from not having the CBA staff directly handle incoming calls. The CBA is exploring options now to move the answering of calls away from DCA's Consumer Information Center and back to the CBA. We believe this will go a long way in improving stakeholder satisfaction levels. Any comments or questions about issue 5?
Has the calls been directly to CBA in the past and it moved to DCA?
Yes, that was something that was transitioned, I believe, in 2019. And then when the pandemic came along, it necessitated us keeping it that way for, I think, longer than was originally planned. But we are exploring options to move that back in-house.
I think that would be really wise decision. So, All right, any other committee member? No, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Issue 6 relates to whether a retired status should be granted to a licensee whose practice has been permanently restricted by the CBA. And in the legislative staff recommendation, they asked how many licensees that could affect and why the retired designation is preferred. Our proposed response states that approximately 170 licensees would benefit from this proposed change, where an outstanding order of the board is preventing them from being able to place their license in a retired status. Currently, their only options are to allow their license to expire and eventually get canceled, or to voluntarily surrender their license. But having their license show as canceled or surrendered can have that negative connotation to it. Should the individual seek to reinstate their license to practice, the permanent restricted practice order would be reinstated. Any comments or questions for issue number 6?
I have a question. Those restricted license, it shows up on our website, right? So if they are in any procedural dealing with the board regarding enforcement issue, it will show that they are, because it is a negative connotation. If I am a public member, I look up their name as a CPA and there's some kind of restriction, it's a red flag for me.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Francella, do you want to address that?
Yeah, so there is when you search them up, there's a disciplinary record of the individual. And so by clicking on that, you'll be able to review information about a synopsis of the disciplinary order that was in effect, the fact that they were restricted, and then the actual disciplinary order itself is still linked there, so you can go and review that they have a permanently restricted license.
Yeah. And I remember watching the video, and the question was regarding why retired status. To retired status, they can also unretire themselves too, and there's no negative connotation to having a retired status.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Any other questions? Ms. Ladd.
I just wanted to add that I agree with the CBA response that's drafted here, and also agree with Ms. Tu that the canceled and surrendered language is negative, and as our CPAs who are in good standing wish to retire, I think they should be able to do that with a positive connotation to that. So I agree. Thank you.
All right. Comments? Seeing none, continue, please.
Okay, issue number 7 relates to whether accounting firms should be required to share peer review data so that the CBA can more closely monitor the peer review program. The proposed CBA response states how this change would improve CBA access to peer review information by requiring firms to participate in the AICPA web tool. AICPA is presently the only CBA-approved peer review program provider. This access would assist the CBA in its oversight responsibilities by allowing us to view certain documents and data and to independently verify if a firm has completed or received an extension for their mandated peer review. All of this is useful information to aid in licensing-related functions. So any comments about our response or questions? Issue 7.
The well-written response, for sure. Any comment? Seeing none, go ahead, continue, Mr. Hemphill.
Thank you. Issue 8 relates to the CBA's efforts to clarify its educational requirements. The staff recommendation just wants to know where we are in the process. So the proposed CBA response describes our Sure CPA project and its 4 phases. A summary of the recently completed information gathering phase is given, how the CBA collected input from students and faculty members through outreach events and an online survey, and the results of the information gathering. A list of proposed initiatives is given as part of the project's 2nd phase, such as updating outdated university course titles and modifying how we group the areas of study in the licensure requirements. So any comments or questions about our response to issue 8?
Any comments? Seeing none, please continue on.
All right, issue 9 relates to the uniform CPA examination and whether students have been negatively impacted by the transition to the new version. And in the the legislative staff recommendation, they want to know what we may have done to mitigate any potential negative effects. Our proposed response highlights the many actions the CBA took, the actions we took to amend the California Code of Regulations, and then the many things we did in our extensive communications campaign to raise awareness of the upcoming exam changes. Additionally, the CBA provided credit extensions for those currently testing during the transition time to allow them more time to complete all 4 sections of the CPA exam. So that's what's currently in the response. Since this is such a current and fluid topic, we would welcome any additional ideas of things to perhaps include in this response. So I throw that out to you all.
Anybody has any comments? I have to say though, David, that I haven't been on this board for 4 years. I see that we, on a regular basis, update and really look at anything that needs to be improved, so that it doesn't sneak up on us, it seems like. So kudos to staff for that. Ms.
Thank you. Mr. Hemphill, I didn't see in here any direct communications. Well, I see outreach events. I was just wondering, do we communicate with academia in terms of the actual professors communicating that to the students at all, or just through the outreach event?
We did discuss at the outreach events. There are a few professors that I maintain contact with from past events, and I did reach out to them last year as well, asking their students to fill out the online survey and kind of let them know that we were embarking on this project. So there was a little bit of that. That is something I could include in the response. That would be a good suggestion.
And just to follow that up, maybe also communicating with the accounting societies that are on the campuses as well, perhaps?
Okay. Thank you for that suggestion.
So when I was reading issue number 9, just to question the way it's phrased, I actually thought that it related to the pass rates and whether the uniform exam led to lower or higher pass rates for candidates taking the exam first time or retakes. Has there just been 1 year of data that we can draw from?
It's been literally 2 to 3 months so far. So there's no data we can draw from at this point yet. Mm-hmm. But that will be something that I think everyone is very interested in seeing once that starts coming out.
I would tie that in with the mobility discussion too, because if pass rates do go up, then potentially that opens the number of candidates who are willing to sit for the exam.
Good point.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else have any addition? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Hemphill, continue.
Okay, let's move on to issue 10, related to whether accounting firm owners should be required to have the same responsibility as licensees who are authorized to sign reports on attest engagements, and why the change is needed from an enforcement perspective. The proposed CBA response states that in some instances, none of the owners of a firm have the attest authority. The statutory changes the CBA is pursuing would ensure that ownership is liable to the same degree as the accounting firm, as well as any signer the owner is authorized to do the work. This solution would increase consumer protection and ensure investigations can be conducted effectively. Also, the proposal would require a firm to provide the signer of the attest report with the work papers necessary to allow them to effectively answer questions and defend their work if they are no longer with the accounting firm, removing any unnecessary barriers to the CBA's investigation. Any feedback or questions regarding issue 10?
Anybody? I have a question. Does the accounting firm have to have somebody for the testing ability on as a staff member, or can they bring in a consultant?
I'll defer to Mr. Frenzel on this.
In this particular scenario that we're looking at here, it's presuming that the individual or the firm has a staff member who they've assigned or authorized to sign the report on behalf of the firm, and that individual is working for the firm.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further comments, please continue.
Okay, on to issue 11, which is relating to workforce development, and if any statutory changes are needed to help sustain the pipeline of CPAs into the accounting profession. The proposed CBA response states how there has been a decline in the number of individuals entering the CPA profession over the last several years, and what is being discussed at the national and state levels. Nationally, NASBA created a professional licensure task force last fall, and in California, CalCPA recently formed the California Pipeline Advisory Group, or CPAG, the purpose of which is to assist in the evaluation of potential changes to the CPA licensure framework in California and how proposed changes may impact candidates in the state. The CBA is actively monitoring and participating in these discussions, but a solution will not be reached in time for this year's sunset legislation package. So in our response, we do state our desire to possibly readdress this issue with the legislature in the near future. And again, with this topic being, the pipeline, as we discussed in the previous meeting, being such an important topic, I would encourage any potential other items to include in our response if you have any suggestions for us on that. So I turn it over to you for that for issue 11.
Ms. Batcher?
With this pipeline problem, it seems like the major driver is the 30 semester unit. But when these surveys were taken with students, was that the main issue? Because there's other variables probably impacting the pipeline, just like the caller had stated at last meeting. And those issues that caller brought up was pretty spot on. The cost of living in California is quite high. And in other professions, we'll say like RNs, doctors, engineers, lawyers, they all start off way higher in pay than our CPA candidates do. So are those issues being addressed?
Well, interestingly, in the survey that we did, it was about 50%, so only about half said that they needed to go back to school after they were theoretically done, to get those extra 30 units. So that didn't appear to be as big of an issue as some of the others. But Mr. Franzella, do you want to take it from there?
Please, Mr. Renzel.
Thank you. So I would say in relation to the response to this question, the focus is those items that the board has some level of control over in a regulatory environment. A lot of what the caller had brought up were things that I believe the AICPA, CalCPA are focused on in terms of the image of the CPA profession, pay scale, salary, encouraging people to want to enter the profession from that kind of end. And the board has a role in that, and we try our best to talk about the image and or the brand and the image of the CPA. But I think our focus is on those things that are kind of the requirements to enter the profession. So that's why ours is kind of focused in the 150 semester units, the discussion around the clarity of the educational requirements and the like, as opposed to some of the other pieces that the caller had talked about. But those are being discussed nationally and are things that I believe the AICPA and other state societies are working with membership on, because those are drivers. And I think as regulators, we know that as well, but we don't get to set the pay scale through regulation and things of those nature. So there's some things that are kind of outside of our control, and we try to focus ours on those things that we could potentially make improvements on or provide solutions to.
I have another comment also. We have 80 hours every 2 years of continuing education, and that's quite extensive. Needed, but extensive. And other professions, and I'm sure there's some attorneys in this room, just using that profession as an example. It's every 3 years, I think it's 24 hours. So what makes, that's a huge difference. And these courses that we have to take they're not cheap, they're quite expensive. And so that's something that I would think the Board of Accountancy controls in terms of the continuing education requirement as well. Maybe that could be looked at and addressed. Thoughts?
I would actually second that. Many of my anecdotal discussion with CPA, they said, Ian, the one thing you can help us out is to reduce some of the educational requirement. And I thought that was pretty much set in stone, but it is something that we possibly bring up for future discussion.
I think that is a topic that's worthy of discussion, but that is not, the question that's being asked in issue 11,
Right,
which
not
is
here.
specific to the pipeline. So it's getting people into the profession,
Ms. Batchelor, maybe we can put that in future discussion for future board meetings. I see Deanna's making notes, so she's on it. All right, Ms. Salafan.
Thank you. I just think in response to the questions, maybe we could just add, and you might have already made notes, a little bit of clarity. There is mention of the other groups doing other things, but just maybe a little bit more clarity for the legislators that will read this and the public that will read it to kind of explain what Dominic clarified, which is, we have a role. There is a larger national discussion, and our focus is on the areas in which our board is authorized to regulate and provide impact. And where possible, we support the activities of our partner organizations with their efforts, and that might make it a little bit more inclusive as well. So thank you so much for bringing that up, Member Batchelor.
I have another comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Lauder. I have another comment too. Not only, when students are looking to get, you talked about getting into the profession. Well, people do their research in terms of what does it take to get into this profession, just like any other profession. I have a colleague, it's an acquaintance of mine, that's a doctor. Prior to her becoming a surgeon, deciding to be a doctor and be a surgeon, she looked at it at the CPA exam. She wanted to be a CPA initially. And then when she looked at the requirements that it took to be a CPA, she says, well, I might as well be a doctor. And now she's a successful OBGYN surgeon. And she's doing pretty well with that. But several things are looked at, not just the education piece. That's what I'm driving at.
Ms. Latta?
I'll get to my comment in a second. I think Ms. Batchelor raises an excellent point that individuals looking to enter professional fields do tend to be forward-looking and strategic about their choices, and they are looking at what their life might look like with their salary and, the requirements to get whatever certifications or licenses that they're seeking. So I think that is something to note, that it does change their decisions or perceptions in the beginning of them deciding to enter the pipeline. So I thought that was a great insight. Moving on to my question in regards to item 11, are we looking at integrating or having better collaboration with the universities in terms of CPA review course materials? Because usually you have to take an independent review course to prepare for the exam, and getting your 150 units isn't sufficient to prepare for that. Is that something that's up for discussion? Because I think that's something that could improve the pipeline.
I think that's something that should be considered as part of the SURE CPA project, because that goes hand in hand with that. And that's something that, Ms. Center and I we're kind of discussing things with Cal CPA's Accounting Education Committee and things like that. So I think that's something that can be discussed moving forward. Thank you.
Francella, do you want to add any more? Oh, you're good. Okay. It looks like we have no more comments, so please continue.
Okay, hang on. Let me jot down Ms. Lotta's comment so I don't forget it. Great. All right. Thank you for all the feedback, everyone. Let's move to issue 12. All right, this is a pretty easy one. It's related to whether the CBA needs any technical code cleanup. So our response states our desire to amend Business and Professions Code sections 5093 and 5094 to change a regional or national accrediting agency to just an accrediting agency, which would bring California statutes into alignment with the revised federal code provisions. Any comments or questions about issue 12?
This is the easy one.
Yeah, that was pretty easy.
Doesn't look like there's any comments, so you can move on.
All right, so the final issue, number 13, asks the big question if the CBA should continue to regulate the licensing of CPAs and the registration of accounting firms. And our proposed response is yes. We state the vital role that the CBA plays in protecting consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. And the CBA respectfully requests that the legislature extend our sunset date so we may continue our mission to protect consumers. Any feedback on that one?
Other than, whoa.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Nope. Continue on. I think that might be your last item.
Yeah, so those are the 13. So thank you so much for all of your feedback. The committees will then review these responses to the issues, and they will determine what, if any, of the CBA's legislative proposals will be included in our sunset legislation, which is Assembly Bill 3251. So staff recommends that the LC approve the draft responses as contained in the attachments and authorize the CBA president to make any final edits if needed. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have, then I'll hand it back to Chair 2 for a possible motion.
Any addition, Ms. Latta?
I have one final comment, circling back to issue number 9 and the what are we doing to mitigate any negative consequences from the new uniform CPA examination. I was just wondering, I didn't see anything in there relating to communication directly with any accounting firms. So I was just, are we doing that? And if not, is that something we can do, is at least communicate directly with the big 4 firms and any large regional firms for California, if that could be something to help in terms of communicating to our candidates.
So what are you suggesting that how do we communicate, or what's the messaging with them?
Let me see, let me get back down to it. I guess just general communications in regards to, I believe one of our mitigations is that we are communicating to the students through just various things, outreach events. I was just saying it's another mode of directly communicating to the candidates, because the new staff and firms are the ones likely sitting for the exam. Right. And I mean, I just recall in my firm, I had to do all that research on my own and I didn't get a lot of firm support. So I'm just saying if we notify our larger firms that there's communication that they can disseminate or direct them directly to our website, just a better way to make sure the information is getting out there to our professionals who are already in the field.
Oh, that's good. That is a valid point, because a lot of the people taking the exam are potentially already working at firms. So yeah, we will explore that. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Seeing none. In Sacramento, do we have any public comments? Oh, motion first. Do we have a motion? Ms. Salazar?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the responses to the Sunset Review background paper questions and delegate authority to the president for non-substantive edits.
Thank you for that motion. Do I see a second? Ms. Salazar?
I second that motion.
All right, we have now a motion on the floor. Any discussion from the board members, committee members, I should say? Now we are open to the Sacramento location public comment. Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open up WebEx for comments?
Yes, this is the moderator. WebEx is open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you're logged in and would like to participate, click that question mark inside of the square, typically bottom right corner of your WebEx screen, and type the word comment in the text field and make sure it goes to all panelists before you click send. If you are calling in, press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, Ms. Moderator. Thank you so much for that. All right, so we now have a motion on the floor. And second, Ms. Reed, can you call the roll?
Yen Tu? Yes. Katrina Salazar? Yes. Tony Lin?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
And Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Now we go to item number 5, review and consideration of possible position on legislation. And Mr. Hemhill, you still here for that?
I am still here. Thank you. So we are now going to discuss Assembly Bill 3258, which we just mentioned is the CBA's sunset legislation. It presently has placeholder language about removing obsolete provisions from 2011, but it will be amended to potentially include the CBA's legislative proposals that were included as new issues in its sunset review report, which are the elimination of the mobility stakeholder group, allowing a licensee with a permanent practice restriction to obtain a retired status license, remove references that require physical mailings to and from the CBA, updating references for educational accreditation agencies consistent with the Code of Federal Regulations, providing clarity to ensure access to peer review documentation, and addressing the issue of accounting firms with ownership comprised solely of licensees who are not authorized to sign attest engagements. So those are what we're proposing. They will hear everything in an Assembly Business and Professions Committee hearing coming up on April 23rd. So that is the next landmark on the path for this legislation. Staff recommends the Legislative Committee make a motion to take a support position on AB 3251 to continue to advance this measure as a vehicle to be used for the CBA's proposals. I'll turn it back to Chair 2 for a possible motion, and I'm available to answer any questions members may have.
Do I see a motion from the committee members? Do you have any questions or comment, maybe first? Can the chair make a motion? Yeah, I will make a motion to support staff recommendations on the support on this bill. I have Ms. Salazar seconding the motion.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? With no further discussion, I would like to invite the public for any comments in Sacramento. Seeing none, please, moderator, can you open up WebEx?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is open. The instructions will be on the screen shortly. They are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please, moderator. Thank you very much. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Ms. Reed, can you call the roll?
Patricia Batchelor? Yes. Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lin?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
And Yen Tu?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you, Ms. Reed. All right, we are now to item number 6, review and consideration of possible positions on legislation the California Board of Accountancy is monitoring. Mr. Hemhill again.
Thank you again, Chair 2. So there are 11 bills working their way through the legislature that CBA staff are currently monitoring under this agenda item. Since it is still early in the session, many of these measures are not fully developed. Some are existing only as spot bills preparing to be amended. As bills continue moving through the legislature and evolve into legislation that may impact the practice of public accountancy or have an impact on the operations of the CBA, staff will prepare an analysis and the bill will be presented at a subsequent CBA meeting. That concludes my presentation, and I will now hand it back over to Chair 2.
Anybody have any comments or questions, first of all, on the committee? Seeing none, and we don't need a motion for this one. So with that, the committee is adjourned. Oh, sorry, forgot. Does the public in Sacramento have any comments? Seeing none, Ms. Moderator, could you open public comment on WebEx?
Yes, the Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comment, send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, *3 to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please, moderator. Thank you for all your help today. And with that, we can adjourn the committee. Thank you all. Joe, you want me to announce that the board is meeting at 11,
Good morning, Kathy Johnson. I've just promoted you to a panelist. We'll do a quick mic check, video check whenever you're ready. And this is the moderator, Kathy Johnson. You've been promoted to a panelist. We'll do a quick mic check. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone just in case you're having trouble unmuting. And this is the moderator. One last attempt. Kathy Johnson, if we can do a quick mic check.
Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you. And if you're interested in doing a video check, you can do that as well. Just click the start video next to your microphone.
Let's find that. I'm clicking, but it doesn't seem to be working. There it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see you now. Thanks.
Okay,
And
good
I've
morning,
just
everyone. Let me call this meeting to order. My name is Joe Rosenbaum. I'm the president of the California Board of Accountancy. I'd like to initially, before we even take roll, I'd like to welcome our new CBA members. We'll hear more about them later, but Mr. Doug Aguilera and Ms. Nancy Dong. Thank you very much for joining us. Let me first start with some opening comments. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate. Sorry, I think it's on now. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate in the WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting here in Sacramento and we will then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes per individual for public comment. Now, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Reed to establish a quorum for today's meeting.
Doug Aguilera,
Present.
Patricia Batchelor,
Present.
Nancy Corrigan,
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Nancy Dong,
Present.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Present.
Christian Lotta,
Present.
Tony Lynn,
Present.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Present.
Teresa Thompson,
Present.
Yin Tu,
Present.
and Evangeline Ward,
Present.
and we have a quorum.
Excellent. I'd like to now read into the record the following. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Okay, so now let's turn to the first items on our agenda. The first thing is, do we have any public comment for any item that is not on the agenda? Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? Moderator, could you please open to see if we have any comments for items not on the agenda from the public?
Yes, this is the moderator. The Q&A is open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate and you're logged in, you can press the question mark inside of the square, typically lower right corner of your WebEx screen, and type the word comment into the text field and make sure it goes to all panelists before clicking send. If you are calling in, you can press *3 to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no request for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, the next item here is a report of the president, item number 2. First item on the agenda is to welcome our new members of the boards of accountancy. First on the list is Mr. Douglas Aguilera. Mr. Aguilera was appointed by Governor Newsom on February 29, 2024. Since 2008, he has been the sole proprietor of a forensic accounting practice in Palo Alto. Mr. Aguilera earned his Bachelor of Science degree in administration with a concentration in accounting from Cal State San Jose. After earning his degree, Mr. Aguilera worked at the San Jose office of Arthur Andersen and stayed there until 2002. From 2000 and what happened in 2000? Oh, never mind. In 2002, Mr. Aguilera became a director at KPMG and was there until he became senior manager at Ernst & Young from 2003 to 2008, and worked very closely with me at 2 of those 3 places. He held the role of Director of Ethics and Compliance Investigations for Stanford University from 2017 to 2022. Mr. Aguilera is also now a member of the California Society of CPAs and the AICPA. Until his recent appointment to the board, he was a member of the CBA Enforcement Advisory Committee from 2017 to 2024 and served as chair of that group from 2020 to 2023. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Aguilera to the California Board of Accountancy. Next on the list, Nancy Dong. Do you have an? Oh, thank.
No, I'm just very pleased to be on the board. I've had the opportunity to watch the operations when reporting the results of the Enforcement Advisory Committee meetings, and it's something that interested me. The work that the board does, I consider to be very important, and it's an honor to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, as I said, Nancy Dong. She was appointed by Governor Newsom on February 29, 2024. She is the co-founder of Tocqueville Investment.
Investment.
Tocqueville Investment, a position she's been in since 2019, and a partner at Santa Clarita Home Tutoring since 2021. Ms. Dong is also a senior investment associate at Prudential Private Capital, from 2015 to 2019, and a markets and policy associate for the Federal Reserve Bank of New York from 2010 to 2016. She now serves as Vice Chair of the Community Services Commission for the City of San Gabriel. She earned her Master of Public Affairs degree in economics from Princeton and a Bachelor of Arts degree in international relations from Cal Berkeley. Please join me in welcoming Nancy Dong to the California Board of Accountancy.
I'll follow Doug's lead in making some comments. So I'm really excited to be here as a public member on the California Board of Accountancy. I was born and raised in California, so I'm always very happy to represent my community and provide public service where needed. I also wanted to mention that what's not on my resume is my love of really bad jokes, not off-color jokes. So I thought I would present some jokes today before we get started.
Oh, please, you're welcome to do that.
What do CPAs say when they're leaving the train? Mind the gap.
Okay, those are bad.
I'm here all week. How does Santa Claus value his sleigh? Net present value. Yeah. We'll leave it at that. We continue the agenda, but I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you for that. I think we shall make we'll make a note. We need a drum for the next meeting. All right, thank you. All right, for the next item, I'm going to, it's interesting that Doug Aguilera is retiring from the Enforcement Advisory Committee in order to join us here on the board. So we have a resolution prepared for Mr. Aguilera that we will give you a better copy than this with no holes and signed and that sort of thing. But let me read that into the record as well. Whereas Doug Aguilera, CPA, has faithfully served as a member of the California Board of Accountancy Enforcement Advisory Committee from March 23, 2017 through February 28, 2024, and whereas he served as Vice Chair and Chair of the California Board of Accountancy's Enforcement Advisory Committee, and whereas throughout the term of service at all times, Doug Aguilera, CPA, gave fully of himself and his ideas and acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind. And whereas he has discharged these important responsibilities in a manner reflecting great credit upon himself and the accounting profession, and whereas his colleagues wish to express to him their high esteem and regard, and now therefore be it resolved that the members of the California Board of Accountancy express heartfelt appreciation to Doug Aguilera, CPA, for the outstanding contribution he made during the term of service on the Enforcement Advisory Committee and to the consumers of California. Can I get a motion to accept the resolution for Doug Aguilera, CPA? Yes, Nancy.
To definitely approve this resolution so that we can keep Doug on the CBA. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tu?
I will second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can do we have any public comment on this from the attendees in Sacramento? Seeing none, do we have any, can we open up the lines to see if we have any public comment on the WebEx?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you're logged in and would like to participate, click that question mark inside of the square, type comments into 12 panelists. If you're calling in, *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, can you take a vote?
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Present. Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
and Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Doug Aguilera.
Abstain.
The motion carries.
Okay. Yes, thank you and congratulations, Doug. The next item on the agenda is regarding the NASBA, the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy Committee Interest Form. So this is something that we talk about every year, but I'll read some information on this. NASBA has announced that those interested in serving on a committee for 2024 and 2025 should complete the online committee interest form no later than May 5, 2024. An overview of the time commitment for participation on a NASBA committee is provided in the attachments. So in your materials, you've got quite a bit more information and detail about serving on one of the NASBA committees. DCA's Office of Professional Examination Services reviewed the NASBA 2024-2025 committee charges and time requirements and believes that any member serving on the CPA Examination Review Board or the Examination Administration Committee would create a conflict of interest. So as you go through, if anyone is interested, all the committees are listed. It's just that those two that are listed on attachment 1 are ones that have been deemed problematic from the DCA's Office of Professional Examination Services. Please note that any board member that is currently serving on a NASBA committee for the 2023-2024 committee year and would like to continue serving on that committee will still need to reapply for the new committee year. If they do not reapply, then NASBA will assume that they no longer want to serve. To ensure that staff track CBA members' interests, please email Rebecca Reed, the CBA Board Relations Analyst, when you submit an interest form and provide the committees you are seeking appointment to. If you have any questions regarding the NASBA committees, please contact Rebecca Reed. Okay, then the next item on the agenda is, and Rebecca will be presenting this, this is the discussion and possible adoption for proposed 2025 meeting dates for the California Board of Accountancy. Ms. Reed?
Good morning. I can't believe we're already looking at meeting dates for 2025. But this agenda item provides members with a list of the proposed 2025 CBA meeting dates. CBA staff have selected the dates to avoid major and religious holidays. Staff also reached out to NASBA and AICPA regarding their tentative 2025 meeting dates to avoid overlapping meetings to the extent possible. Staff will provide information to the CBA should any of the finalized NASBA or AICPA dates impact the CBA's meeting dates. For your reference, attached is the 2025 calendar that reflects the proposed dates, and the CBA may choose to make a motion to adopt or modify the proposed meeting dates and locations. At this time, I would like to turn it back over to President Rosenbaum to request a motion and open it up for public comment.
Okay, so what we do, just for those of you who are new, we start with a motion before we have discussion. So let me first ask for a motion to accept the proposed meeting dates for the 2025 meetings. Yes.
I move to approve.
Okay, do I have a second? And
I
Ms.
second
Karen?
the motion.
Okay. Now, do we have any discussion regarding the proposed meeting dates? Anyone on the board? If not, I'll open it up for public comment to anyone here in Sacramento. Nothing here. Moderator, could you see if there were any public comment for anyone attending via WebEx?
Yes, this is the moderator. The Q&A is open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, there are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, could you please record the vote?
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Yan Tu,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
I'm sorry, my apology, Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Doug Aguilera.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, moving on to item number F, an update on the California Board of Accountancy's Sunset Review. Deanne Pierce, Assistant Executive Officer.
Thank you. As you may know, the CBA Sunset Review hearing took place on March 11th. Member Katrina Salazar and Executive Officer Dominic Franzella appeared before the Joint Sunset Review Committee, which was comprised of the Assembly Business and Professions Committee and the Senate Business, Professions, and Economic Development Committee. The entire process ended up taking less than 20 minutes, although it probably felt longer as they were at the table testifying. Member Salazar provided an opening statement, and then she and Executive Officer Franzella answered several questions asked by legislators. The questions related to our mobility provisions, CPA pipeline, our advisory committee vacancies, and the investigative CPA vacancies. We also got a very direct question regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, and Member Salazar provided a heartfelt and informative response regarding CBA activities that was outstanding. If you haven't had an opportunity to watch, there is a link in the Executive Officer's monthly report that was sent earlier this month. The legislature also provided a background paper for the hearing that contained an overview and history of the CBA and identified 13 issues for the CBA to respond to. The legislative committee discussed the background paper and proposed responses to the various issues, and our legislative committee chair, Ms. Tu, will present that information during her report. At the end of the committee hearing, the chair actually said something to the effect of, "Folks, that's how it's done," because it went so well. So we got a little bit of a kudos there. And I know Ms. Salazar is out of the room, but Executive Officer Franzella may have some more additional comments, but I'll turn it back over to the president if there are any questions.
Okay, well, first of all, before we have any questions, do you have any additional comments?
First and foremost, I'd like to thank President Rosenbaum for selecting Ms. Salazar to testify on the board's behalf. I think she did an outstanding job. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to the Department of Consumer Affairs. They did mock hearings, and they prefaced it with, it's going to be much harder here than it will be when you go, and they were correct. They made it very difficult for the hour that we were before DCA, and I also appreciate they gave us, I want to say, was it 67 questions to be prepared for? So we spent the better part of that next week drafting up responses for 67 questions. So I feel the team did an excellent job preparing Ms. Salazar and I and going into it, and as well as DCA. So I thought overall it was fantastic. And yes, it felt like 2 hours up there to me, but it was only about 15 minutes. So I appreciated that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Do I comment on this? Yes. Do we have any public comment regarding the report on our Sunset Review here in Sacramento? Seeing none, do we, moderator, can you open the WebEx lines to see if we have any public comment for those attending via WebEx?
Yes, the WebEx QA is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. There are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so with that, we'll move on to item number G, discussion and possible action on activities and initiatives in California and nationally related to the CPA pipeline, requirements for CPA licensure, CBA mobility, and changes to the Uniform Accountancy Act by our Executive Officer, Dominic Franzello.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. And so before I jump into this, it'd be remiss to not point out and extend a big thank you to Cal CPA for being at the Sunset Review hearing as well, and being a partner in going before the legislature and advocating on behalf of the Board of Accountancy to extend our sunset date. So a big appreciation to Mr. Fox and Denise at Cal CPA. So as we jump into agenda item 2G, I think it's abundantly clear that staff have tried to provide as many vehicles as possible for the board to talk about the pipeline issue, knowing that it is a pressing discussion for this board and has been expressed to the staff as the highest priority that we're kind of working on at this particular point. So the purpose of the agenda item is to provide an ongoing forum for the CBA to discuss these pertinent activities, specifically related around the CPA pipeline and those licensure requirements, how they may integrate with CPA mobility, and then obviously the Uniform Accountancy Act. This particular agenda item contains the most current information on activities and initiatives in California and nationally related to the CPA pipeline. And as you've heard, both as part of our the LC earlier, under one of the items, we talked about the students understanding the requirements for CPA licensure, Sure CPA project, and staff obviously provided a comprehensive update during the January CBA meeting on the project to that point and the initiatives and ideas moving forward. Nationally, you've heard about NASBA's Professional Licensure Task Force, which is working on a new licensure model that it's called the Structured Professional Program, or SPP, centered around some type of more structured experiential learning. This program would provide for education, documented experience, and other elements to create basically an equivalent path to licensure without the need to having the 5th year completed as part of the 150, and it wouldn't necessarily appear on a transcript of an accredited university or college. And the task force had its last kind of overview to the executive directors and to board leadership in March, and continues to develop work on that program. And our board responded to their open-ended survey back in January, and President Rosenbaum approved the list of questions that we sent back to help inform that committee or that task force as it continues to work. As it relates to CPA licensure requirements and mobility, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, there was an agenda item during the CPC to kind of provide some, I guess, a level setting, especially for newer members and just the public at large and anybody who's watching our meetings, to kind of have a better understanding of how we've evolved from when we didn't have a 120 requirement to the 120, how we had two options for a while, and how we've eventually landed on the 150 and how that integrates in with mobility. And that report will be given back to the board later this afternoon under the CPC. And these topics are important, and then they're rapidly changing. Things are happening regularly, both with NASBA, with the AICPA, now with Cal CPA having its pipeline advisory group as well, that we wanted to make sure the board has a standing agenda item going forward, so that if things were to occur between the time we've posted the agenda, come to meet, that the board can have an active dialogue on this important topic. And so before I turn it over, I just want to also share that I'm hopeful that the board can provide as much detail, information, ideas, if they want to expand in certain areas, become more proactive, that they share that information with the staff and obviously with leadership, because we are needing to be able to respond on the board's behalf in a very dynamic environment that isn't really able to wait from meeting to meeting to always be able to respond. So there could be legislative pieces that we want to be able to speak to about what we're doing. So we're trying to get as much direction from the board as possible, so we have as much runway to share information and ideas and be a proactive partner in addressing this particular topic. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the president, and I'm happy to do my best to answer members' questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions initially here? Yes, Ms. Corrigan.
I guess the question is, do we, as a board, need to formalize directing the staff to continue with this process, and maybe at some time later appoint a task force if needed?
Sorry, I was thinking Dominic was going to answer that. What is
Well, I realized, and as a part of the CPC, which will be reported later, that, you know, staff do take the initiative really in many cases, but they're kind of exploring, you know, how can we look into this 150 and the 30 hours and other alternatives to resolve the pipeline issue, that one-pronged part of the pipeline issue. Do they need our formal direction to do that, or directive or request to proceed along those lines in a more formal manner? Some states are doing that. Washington, for example, which I'll report later, has kind of a committee looking at it and bouncing off of NASBA and AICPA and others. So do our staff need formal direction to go ahead and do that, and at some point possibly appoint a task force of board members to work on that? So that's my question.
Thank you. Well, I would initially say that you point out they do it on their own anyway, so I don't think they need anything specific to allow that to do, and I think they would probably be open for any comment from anyone directly to them anyway. But I think the idea of a task force is something we might want to consider at some point.
Feel that, have we given you, do you feel like you need that directive from, I know on your own you do an awful lot, you really do on your own, but do you feel like you need the board to say, staff, continue to do that and report back type thing, or?
So at this point, I will say staff have been, at least for what we share to NASBA, what we share with Cal CPA, to other groups, is pretty limited to the Sure CPA project as it was originally structured, with the 150 element in mind, not looking at alternate pathways, not looking at possible other solutions in line with what NASBA or the AICPA and Cal CPA may be doing. So we don't offer too many proactive pieces. We're generally responding to the ideas that we're hearing. It does sound like the board's maybe tenor is changing a bit in terms of opening up what Sure CPA might look for, in terms of not just focus on the 150 improvements or clarities, but are there other models that the board may want to be considering? And right now we would probably need that direction, because we were we're within a box on the Sure CPA at this point. So we're really looking for some of that guidance from the board to make sure we're not overstepping what the 150 is. But staff have been proactive internally, thinking about this with the anticipation that the board may pivot at some point.
Thank you, Mr. President. And piggybacking on Ms. Colligan's comment, because I know NASBA is really grappling with this issue, and it looks like a lot of states are already taking steps. I just hate for California as a state to react to what's going on instead of being actively participating as well as looking for solution. So I would second Ms. Colligan's call if the president would consider forming a task force with board member input as well, with staff, to be proactive instead of reactive and not be in that box that Dominic just mentioned.
Maybe Michael, I need to ask you, in terms of forming a task force, what would we need to do, and what would we need to avoid doing with respect to certain limitations we have as acting as a board separately?
Yeah, so Michael Knotes, Board Legal Counsel. As president, you have pretty broad authority to appoint committees as you see fit, but it's certainly always also proper to have a motion if it's something the body wants to consider and decide.
Are there any limitations in terms of how many individuals could participate?
If the number is 3 or above, it will need to be a publicly noticed meeting, but there's no limitation there.
All right, thank you. Ms. Batchelor.
So what I want to add is, if a task force is formed per se, are there other variables to consider? Because I'm looking at it beyond the 30 semester hours. There's other variables that I see this problematic within the profession, was turning students off from signing up to be CPAs. So my question is, within this task force or within this particular meeting, can we address other variables besides this 30 hours? That's my question.
I think that would probably depend on the charter of the task force. And so the question would be what, how broad, because I think the one risk in making it too broad is that you'll really have a hard time coming to any conclusions and may not be as helpful. But I know there are many things on many of our minds.
And addressing Ms. Batchelor's question, at our legislative committee, we did have some discussion among the board members, and we were hoping to put in future agenda item on discussion about other barriers and so forth. So maybe if we keep this committee more strategic and then kind of percolate the others up as new business for the board, it may be less of a hindrance to creating this committee.
Okay, so I guess at this point, Ms. Corrigan, do you have a motion that you would like to present?
Yes, thank you. So I move that we direct staff formally, knowing that they are informally already working on it, but as a directive from the board to continue their survey of this pipeline issue of the how to meet the 150 unit requirement, whatever possible alternatives there might be for that, and that ultimately when they're at a point of finishing gathering and doing some legwork on it, that a task force can be appointed to assist them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second for that?
I would second that.
Ms. Tu. Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, could you open up the WebEx to see if we have any public comment online?
Yes, this is the moderator. The WebEx Q&A is already open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comment, and send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, there are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, could you record the vote?
Christian Lauda,
yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Yin Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Doug Aguilera,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
and Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Next item on the agenda, item number 2H, the Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Report on Departmental Activities. And presenting that will be Judy Bucarelli, Manager, Board and Bureau Relations of the Department of Consumer Affairs. Welcome again.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be with you again. Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the DCA update today. To begin, I'd like to welcome the newest members of the board, Nancy Dong and Doug Aguilera. And I'd also like to thank the remaining members of the board for your continued service and dedication to protect the consumers of California. To start this morning, I have an agency update. Last month, the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency officially welcomed Secretary Tamika Moss The DCA extends a warm welcome to Secretary Moss and is looking forward to working with her. Boards and bureaus are reminded of the Department of Finance's Budget Letter 2327 that directed all state agencies under the governor to take immediate action to reduce current year expenditures with certain exceptions for time-sensitive, emergency-related, mission-critical, or information security needs. DCA thanks the California Board of Accountancy for doing their part to reduce expenses and find cost savings as part of a collective state agency effort. If you have any questions related to current year expenditure reductions, please contact DCA Board and Bureau Relations. Next, I have a diversity, equity, and inclusion update, also referred to as DEI. The DEI Steering Committee will hold its next meeting on April 5th. The committee will discuss DEI actions, priorities, and language access. The committee will also elect a new chairperson. DEI training opportunities continue to be a priority for the department. As you may recall, DCA's solid trainers underwent a DEI certification program with the University of Massachusetts in April of last year. Before this certification, Solid offered 3 DEI-related courses for employees. After obtaining certification, Solid has developed 11 new courses, and in 2023, DCA achieved 2,079 DEI course completions. I would like to remind the board of training courses available to its members on DCA's learning management system, including a recent training edition titled How Leaders Navigate DEI Dialogue in the Workplace. The training is provided by Christopher Veal, who has 25 years of coaching, training, and leadership development experience. It offers tools for effective conversations, psychological safety, and how it impacts these conversations, and includes discussion around challenges leaders are facing. This training is available online and can be completed at your convenience. Should any of the members have questions, please contact DCA Board and Bureau Relations. Next, I have some information related to a legislative hearing related to interstate licensure compacts. Invited by the Senate Committee on Business, Professions, and Economic Development, DCA Director Kirchmeier testified last month at an informational hearing that focused on interstate licensure compacts. The director discussed the impact of licensing compacts on consumer protection, licensees, and boards and bureaus, as well as the legislature. Director Kirchmeier answered questions from the committee and provided examples demonstrating that compacts are not a one-size-fits-all solution. Rather, there are many factors for the legislature to consider, including the priorities of consumer protection and licensing standards that should not be compromised or lowered. 17 of the 36 boards and bureaus under DCA already offer some form of reciprocity, with several bills recently introduced proposing licensure compacts for DCA boards. The department will continue to work with the legislature on this issue. Next, I have some information regarding complaint prioritization and referral guidelines for healing arts boards effective March 1. In collaboration with the DCA Executive Leadership Team and the Executive Officer Bureau Chief Cabinet, DCA's Division of Investigation updated the complaint prioritization and referral guidelines for healing arts boards. The guidelines were shared with board leadership, and as of March 1st of this year, these guidelines should be used when determining which complaints to refer to the Division of Investigation and what can remain with each respective program. Of note, referral guidelines for the professions and vocation boards and bureaus are in progress and will be completed soon. Next, I'd like to remind the members of the board that your annual Form 700 was to be filed by March 15th, 2024. Board and committee members are required to file a Form 700 Statement of Economic Interest within 30 days of their appointment annually and within 30 days of leaving office. This year's annual filing period covers the prior calendar year, January 1 through December 31st, 2023. The official deadline for filing is Tuesday, April 2nd. However, to ensure compliance, DCA requested that Form 700 filers complete the e-filing by Friday, March 15th. Members should have received an email from NetFile with instructions on how to file Form 700. If you have any questions or would like more information related to filing your Form 700, please contact Melissa Gear, Board and Bureau Relations. Next, the next board member orientation training will be held on March 27th. DCA board members are required to complete board member orientation training within 1 year of appointment and reappointment. The training provides an important overview of the roles and responsibilities of a board member and access to a variety of resources and support DCA has to offer. Board members can register through DCA's learning management system. Also, the training will be offered virtually on June 18th and on October 22nd. This concludes the DCA update today. Thank you again for the opportunity to join you, and I'll turn it back to President Rosenbaum, and I welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Do we have any questions? I don't think so. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the report of the Vice President, Yen Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. And item number 3A, we don't have any appointment for the Enforcement Advisory Board, but 3B, we do have one item. And the purpose of this agenda item is recommending Remy Chow, CPA, see attachment 1, be reappointed to a member of the California Board of Accountancy's Qualification Committee. This agenda item ensures that the CBA continue its mission to consumer protection by appointing members that have skills and knowledge to serve on the QC committee. It is requested that CBA adopt the recommendation later on. Just for background, the QC assists the CBA in its licensors' activities by reviewing the experience of applicants for licensors and making recommendations to the CBA. This responsibilities includes conducting interviews and work paper reviews with the applicant or employer present to verify that the responses provided on the experience form are reflective of the requisite experience for a licensor. For all appointment to committee, I work with the current chair to ensure that the appointment will contribute to the committee's function and enable to carry out its mandated activities. A matrix identifying the present members' area of expertise is included as attachment 2. I also confer with the CBA executive officer to verify that the potential appointees has met the appropriate requirement for license renewal, including continuing education requirements and peer review. A check is also made to ensure there is no pending enforcement action. For current members who are being reappointed, I review prior attendance records, verify completion of mandatory training, and review the evaluation that may have been completed by the current chairperson, vice chairperson, CBA liaison, and the licensee chief. The evaluation requests feedback in the areas of interpersonal skill, communication, leadership, preparation, preparedness, and participation. Should a member have attendance or performance issue, they may be subject to review and removal from the committee at any time by the action of the CBA. Prior to deciding to recommending Renee Chow, CPA, for reappointment to the QC, I performed all the steps previously mentioned. Renee Chow, CPA, has exhibited a high level of professionalism during the performance of his duties. I believe Renee Chow, CPA, has demonstrated the skills and knowledge to continue to serve on the QC, which will allow the QC to assist the CPA with its licensing program. There is no fiscal or economic impact for consideration. That would be my report, and I will turn it back to you for a motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion for this reappointment? Yes.
Move to appoint Renee Chow.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? Do we have any public comment on the WebEx, moderator?
The Q&A is now open. The instructions will be on the screen, are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or if you are calling in, press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. Ms. Reed, could you record the vote?
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
Doug Aguilera?
Yes.
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
And Christian Lotta?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Do you have another candidate you would like to propose?
Yes, I do. So there's a appointment of Sarah Harenas, CPA, to the qualification committee as well. Just like the last reappointment, everything is the same. So Mr. Rosenbaum, would you like to ask for a motion?
Okay, so we have all the, yes.
I will make the motion if you want. I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to appoint Sarah Herrera, CPA, through March 31st, 2026.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Do you have any public comment here in Sacramento? Moderator, could you open up WebEx to see if we have any public comment online?
Yes, the Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. If you are logged in, press that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, press *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, could you record the vote?
Doug Aguilera?
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you. We'll move right ahead with item number 4, the report of the Secretary Treasurer, Christian Lotta.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Provided for your review is the mid-year financial report for fiscal year 2023-2024. The CBA's budget authority remains set at $19,734,000. CBA revenues are reflected on page 2 of the report, totaled over $10.5 million for the period of July 1st through December 31st, 2023. Projected revenues are anticipated to exceed $18 million by the end of the fiscal year. The fiscal month 6 financial statement located on page 3 reflects actual expenditures as of December 31st, 2023, and totaled around $9.4 million. The business modernization project expenses are reflected on line 17, external contracts, and line 23, IT costs. Amounts contracted for this project in fiscal year 2024-25 are expected to be fully expended to continue modernizing and automating CBA systems. The CBA is currently expected to end the fiscal year with a budget surplus of 5.6%. The fund condition statement on page 8 reflects the anticipated payback of the $10 million general fund loan by the end of this fiscal year. The fund condition also reflects increased revenue from the fee increases in future fiscal years 2024-25 and 2026-27. That concludes my report. I will turn it back to President Rosenbaum.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments from the board? Yes.
Actually, just a question. With the creation of the new task force, the one we just approved, does that impact the budget for the latter half of this fiscal year, since we are carving out staff time for this? Is there a need to also hire external consultants to address the pipeline issues? And how does that impact the budget?
Sorry, Deanne.
Okay. If there is a task force established, there would be, well, depends on the size of the task force, right? But there would be some costs for participation per diem for the $100 a day, and potentially travel if we were to travel to a location. If there was an external contract with an outside vendor, that would likely probably not be this fiscal year. Probably wouldn't happen that quickly, but that's something that we would have to explore as the task force kind of got going and determined if that was a requirement or not. We'd probably be looking at that for next fiscal year, and then we could assess what impact it may have on the budget.
Does it make sense, and obviously I'm one of the newest members on this board, for us to approve the budget for the task force before we approve the agenda for the task force?
Well, we actually haven't formed the task force yet, so yeah, that's correct. But I don't. Yeah, go ahead, Deanne.
I think right now our budget in those areas are fine, so I don't see any issue with if we were to create a task force and have some expenses related to that where it would impact our overall bottom line. So I think we're okay in that area.
Thank you. I have one question or one request. Deanne, if you could just, Ms. Lotta mentioned the repayment of the loan. Could you just, for the interest of the new board members, explain what that is all about?
Sure. There is authority in statute for the governor to take loans from special funded agencies for particular issues. That can be, I think one of the issues is like a cash shortage, so to speak. So back in, there's been several general fund loans that we've made, or loans that we've made to the general fund over the last 20-ish years, give or take. The most recent one was during the COVID pandemic, when there was a shortage in cash flow for the general fund. And so us, in addition to other special funds, provided loans to the governor, to the general fund, and then they set that repayment date in statute typically, or commit to a repayment date, and the Department of Finance monitors that, and then we plan for that, and then it gets paid. We earn a little bit of interest on it, not too much, but this particular loan is scheduled to be repaid this fiscal year, and we have heard nothing other than it's going to be repaid this fiscal year, so I think we're on track.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions related to the financial presentation? Are there any public comments in Sacramento? Moderator, can you see if there are any public comments from the WebEx?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comment, send it to all panelists. *3 from your phone to raise your hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. And now we will turn to item number 5 on our agenda, the report of the Executive Officer, Dominic Frenzella.
So with your permission, President Rosenbaum, I'd like to start with Ms. Pierce and the overview of the activities to update the board on its upcoming strategic planning.
That is fine. Thank you.
The CBA strategic plan will need to be updated this year. The current plan covers the period of 2022 to 2024. The strategic planning workshop will be conducted in November in conjunction with the CBA meeting. But before we get to the workshop, we have many activities that will need to occur before then. Here to give an overview of the process and the activities that will be occurring is Ms. Sarah Irani, who is a strategic business analyst and facilitator with the Department of Consumer Affairs. So I'm going to turn it over to her, and she has a short PowerPoint as part of her presentation.
Hi, hello. I'm Sarah Irani. I'm a strategic business analyst and facilitator with Solid Training and Planning with PCA. My PowerPoint is up there. So I'll be giving kind of an overview of the strategic planning process that will be starting sometime in June or July for Accountancy Board. And if we could go to the next slide, please. All right. So we'll talk about the what, why, and how of strategic planning. Next slide, please. So what is exactly strategic planning? Some of this process may be familiar to some of you. For the newer board members, this might be completely new. This is kind of a process for organizations to define their directions and decide how they're going to use their resources to achieve their mission and goals. It is what an organization is, what it does, and why it does it. You can kind of think of your strategic plan as almost a roadmap for your organization. We'll go to the next slide, please. So why do we conduct strategic planning? Well, it is critical and efficient to your operations. Another thing is it is legislatively mandated, so kind of required for every board and bureau to do. And like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of like a roadmap, so it helps you achieve both your short and long-term goals. It kind of gives you like a clear guideline of what you need to do. All right, we'll move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So Solid uses a 5-stage process to do strategic planning. I'll go in a little bit more detail in the next slide. And that process kind of includes surveying stakeholders, reviewing the survey results from that, and identifying objectives based off those results. So we got the next slide. So here is a roadmap of what the entire process looks like. As you can see, it's very lengthy. And right now we are here in the preliminary and meeting setup stage where kind of giving the overview, getting things set up. I've already met with the executive officer and the assistant executive officer to kind of talk about what we want to do to prep. But when we move into the rest of the stages later on this year, we'll do an environmental scan where we will survey your stakeholders. These include licensees, consumers, other associations that you prefer, the board members and committee members. And once all that information has been collected, we'll move into the planning session where the board members will look at all that information and determine from there what they want to have be their focus of in their strategic plan for next 4 to 5 years. 4 to 5 years is usually a good time frame for a strategic plan, but boards can do anywhere between 3 or 5. Once you after that planning session, Solid, myself, will draft up the plan and provide it to you for your next board meeting to review and approve it. And then after that is the action planning stage, which the board will be doing themselves and not be utilizing Solid for those resources. But action planning is where you, the board will assign specific steps under each action item to basically determine, okay, what do we need to do in order to get these objectives completed within our time frame. All right, and next slide. As mentioned a little bit earlier during the board meeting, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Governor Newsom had a executive order N1622 requiring that government agencies include diversity, equity, and inclusion into their policies and procedures, and part of that includes strategic planning. And if we can move on to the next slide, please. To help with this, the DEI Steering Committee has included some DEI-related questions in our environmental scan surveys. And these are questions that are DEI-related and also some demographic questions. These will be included in the analysis report that you get for the planning session. And during the planning session, we'll be encouraging to incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion into your goals and objectives. All right, if we can move on to the next slide. So strategic planning components, and we'll move to the next slide. So strategic planning answers 3 questions. So where are we now, where are we going, and how will we get there? And if we can move on to our next slide. So here is the mission statement, which answers that first question of where are we now. This is CBA's current mission statement, and this is something that we can either prior to the strategic planning process look to review and edit, or during the actual planning session, we can kind of look at this and be like, okay, does this still reflect what our organization is currently? And if we can move on to the next slide. Your values also answer the where are we now question. And these ones right here are currently CBAs, and you already have diversity, equity, and inclusion on there, so good job. All right, and then if we can move on to the next slide. And then lastly, to answer that where are we now is the environmental scan. Like I kind of mentioned earlier, your scan is a document that kind of tells the organization, okay, this is how your external and internal stakeholders feel the organization is at this moment. It's kind of like a little snapshot of what everyone believes. And these are the stakeholders that CBA will be considering for its environmental scans. So we'll be gathering information from everyone listed here. Okay, we move on. Thank you. All right. The next question for strategic planning, the where are we going? This is defined by your vision statement. And once again, this is CBA's vision statement, which is something that we can look at prior to the strategic planning process or during the actual planning session if this is something that you would like to change. And next we have goals for where are we going. These are CBA's goals, and to kind of, I always break off here during my presentation to give a little explanation of what is the difference between goals and objectives, because everyone gets them confused, and whenever we do strategic planning, people kind of conflate the two together. Your goals are your much more long-term, loftier, more vague descriptions. So we have enforcement, licensing, customer service. And if we move on to our next slide, which should be the objectives. Yep. Your objectives are items that you want to fall under each of those goals. They're much more short term, so the length of your strategic plan, and much more specific, the things that you want to do. And that's going to be to define based on trends and issues, initiatives based on it in that environmental scan. And if we move on to the next. All right. And then as we're in the strategic planning session later this year, one thing we'll need to keep in mind is how do we measure progress? We want to make sure that the objectives that we are creating are actually measurable, things that can be measured and that you can say, yes, I did this in this time frame and we have this many metrics. And you can use tracking tools and regular check-ins to kind of keep yourselves on track with that. And that is the end of my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much. And sounds like a great process. What are the dates or what are the times we're going to do? I saw the number of weeks across the top, but are there dates associated with those? I know we've mentioned something that's going to happen at the November meeting.
Yeah, correct. We're going to have the strategic planning workshop at the November board meeting. So prior to that, we have some dates. I don't have them with me, but I can send those out to the board, maybe with Mr. Franzolo's next executive officer's report. But we have strategic timeframes that we're doing the surveying and the environmental scan, the interviews. And so as we get those dates finalized, we'll staff from Sarah's office or herself will be reaching out to members to schedule the interviews and to do that. So we'll have a little bit more refinement on those dates after this meeting that we can share.
Okay. And then, like, of the 5 steps across there, where does November fit? Is that the 5th one? Is that the very end, or is that the one that's in the middle?
We can go back to slide 6. I think it's the middle. It's going to be number 3, which is that is the planning session. So that will be the November.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So this is not going to all be done to the very end by November. The November is really the middle one.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Tu.
Thank you. I know we're preparing for our next strategic plan. I recall doing the last strategic plan. Is there any conclusion from our last one before that we can review before we jump to the next one? I'm sure because there was measurements involved, so can we review that too?
Sure, absolutely. We would bring that as part of the process. We had the last update on the strategic plan objectives in November, so it would be kind of timing-wise. Present those first, kind of see where we are so you know what has been achieved, what may still be ongoing, and then we can use those kind of as a foundation perhaps for the planning for the next strategic plan.
And then one other piece, as members maybe look back at our current strategic plan or the other ones, those have been formulated under a kind of a 3-year model. With leadership's direction, we've now kind of are trying to look more for potentially even 5 years, so that there's more opportunity to actually implement and meet some of the objectives. A lot of them, when you do 3 years, tend to be things like maintain or continue, as opposed to actual objectives that are like
specific and measurable.
So just as you start thinking about that and you're going through the planning sessions or giving considerations to future ones, they can probably be more long-term in nature, because we're probably going to shoot for 4, if not the 5 years. That's probably more consistent with what probably strategic plan is designed to do.
Any other questions? Thank you for the presentation, Sarah, and thank you very much for your upcoming help.
All right. So you'll all be hearing from me probably sometime in June or July for those board member interviews. Thank you.
I look forward to it. Thank you. Dominic, do you want to continue?
Yeah, we can, Christy, and then
okay.
And we can just do public comment at the end of all of it if you want.
Good morning, President Rosenbaum and members of the board. I am Christy Abate, the CBA Administrative Services Manager, and I will be presenting the Administration Activity Report. Beginning April 2nd, Department of Consumer Affairs will implement their directive requiring all employees to work a hybrid telework schedule consisting of a minimum of 2 days in the office per week. With the increase of staff that will be working in the office, the CBA has ceased its plans to relocate, as the new office space has significantly less square footage than our current location and does not have enough room to accommodate the return of all staff for a minimum of 2 days per week. As such, the CBA is in the process of negotiations to renew the lease at our current location. Still on track and progressing is the business modernization project. Currently, the CBA is working to add the ability for accountancy firms to pay their license renewals online through CBA Connect. Next on the project to-do list will be the integration of the examination application and the initial license systems with CBA Connect. That concludes my presentation on this agenda item. I will now turn it back over to President Rosenbaum, and I am also happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Like, the only question I have is, what impact this has now on the budgeting? Because I think we were projecting to save quite a bit of money with a relocation.
We would have saved some money, obviously, because the new space is less. We're in negotiations now, and so I think we could experience some savings with the lease renegotiation. So, but overall, budget-wise, we are budgeted for the full amount that we're paying here, so I don't see any issues with running short on funds.
And the sign out front that is for lease, that's not these premises?
Nope. Yeah, we should probably have more information on the lease information, maybe by the next board meeting, for sure, just to kind of tidy it up. But yeah, no, this is our space, so we're good.
Okay, all right, okay, good. All right, thank you very much. We'll have public comment for all of the items on the executive officer's report at the end. Thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, President Rosenbaum, members of the CBA. I am David Hemphill, Information and Planning Officer, and I will be presenting the Communications and Outreach Report today. Back in January, CBA Executive Officer Dominic Franzella participated in our first outreach event of the year. It was the California Society of CPA's Legislative Summit and CPA Day here in Sacramento. He discussed the CBA's progress on a variety of topics. We'd like to thank Cal CPA for inviting us to participate and providing a platform to discuss important CBA initiatives. With in-person outreach events currently on hold due to travel and expenditure limitations, the CBA is exploring opportunities to provide important outreach to students in a virtual format. A student-focused virtual event that all interested parties throughout the state may attend is being planned for early summer. The communications and outreach team remains focused on producing high-quality multimedia content that engages our stakeholders. We recently created a newsreel-style recap of the January CBA meeting. It was filmed in front of a green screen displaying footage taken at the meeting. The video was hosted by Information and Planning Analyst Andrew Finkel and highlights 2 key items from the agenda. We plan on creating a similar video after each CBA meeting to keep stakeholders better informed about the work of the CPA. And you can see our camera back there right there, so you better have smiles on your faces. You never know what's going to get included. And next, I'd like to share with you the progress of our video series that is being produced by an outside agency as part of a disciplinary settlement. The 5 videos are complete, featuring many of you seated in front of me, and the media campaign will begin in the weeks ahead. I would like to show you one of these consumer protection videos from this series. So let's direct our attention at the screen and let's take a look.
Our vision at the California Board of Accountancy is that consumers receive quality accounting services from licensees they can trust.
The California Department of Consumer Affairs is comprised of 36 boards and bureaus that license and regulate more than 3.4 million professionals, including doctors, nurses, contractors, cosmetologists, and of course, accountants. Public protection is the primary mission of the department and the California Board of Accountancy. We protect and serve consumers in many ways, and specifically by licensing professionals and businesses that meet the standards and qualifications required to practice.
You need your taxes done, and you go to a CPA, you have to feel assured that things are going to be done correctly.
The CPA license provides a layer of trust and integrity that the public wants. Accountants are dealing with financial information, and some of it's confidential, some of it's very personal. And because of that, the level of confidence and assurance and trust that's needed is absolutely essential.
We want consumers to always be informed and feel confident when looking to hire a licensed CPA or accounting firm. You can verify the license status before hiring a professional by visiting search.dca.ca.gov.
The CBA regulates over 115,000 licensees and growing. We have a licensing division, an administrative division, and an enforcement division with requirements that have to be met. They have to have the proper education. They have to pass an examination and get some experience to become licensed and to be able to practice in California.
Whether you are looking for a licensee or have already found one, we are here to help.
Your first step is to visit our website, where you can find tips on how to select a CPA and, most importantly, ensure that they are licensed.
We're here to help as you choose a licensee that you can trust with your financial decisions.
Remember, our mission is to protect you by ensuring only qualified licensees practice in accordance with professional standards.
So many stars in this room. Great. Wasn't that very good? And of course, we want to thank the director, very trustworthy. Thank Director Kirkmeyer for being a part of that as well from DCA. So as you can see, the production company did an excellent job on those videos. There's 5 of them altogether. Thank you again for everyone who participated. So we're creating a landing page on our website that's going to host all 5 of the videos that people who watch, there will be some shorter versions produced that people will see as they're doing their online business, and hopefully that will attract them to our website and they can see the full finished products about those. So we're pretty excited about all of that, and that is coming soon. A couple of other new web pages that are coming to the website that I would like to highlight right now. One is to advise the public about the upcoming fee increases. So the page will feature the reasoning behind that. They'll see easily a graphic for the 2-step approach the CBA is taking to implement the changes, and then another web page coming soon to inform and educate the public about the CBA moving forward with regulations to replace the professional ethics examination with a regulatory review course to be completed for their first license renewal. So that page will feature background on the change, some frequently asked questions, a situational chart to ensure the applicants understand exactly how the requirement change may apply to them. There's also an article in the upcoming update newsletter featuring information on both of these topics. And speaking of that, update issue 101 is set to be published here in the next couple of weeks. The issue is full of information about recent and upcoming CBA activities and features an interview with President Rosenbaum that was first published in Cal CPA magazine. He shares his career experience as a forensic accountant, how he has seen the profession change over the years, and what to expect from the CBA this year. There's even an article about CPAs maintaining a healthy work-life balance during this current busy tax season. The CBA's social media presence keeps growing month after month. Our social platforms experienced their second greatest ever month of growth in January, followed by the third greatest in February. LinkedIn continues to be the platform garnering the greatest amount of new followers, adding about 750 to our rolls just in the last 3 months. So we're excited about that. Our new Instagram page is starting to gain some traction, growing little by little since our last meeting. So if you're on Instagram, please be sure to follow us at _CBA News. There you go. Besides our usual highly entertaining and creative posts, the CBA is always happy to amplify messaging from other agencies that our stakeholders may find informative or helpful, as we did during the recent National Consumer Protection Week and Black History Month. While we're on the topic of diversity, we are continuing the translation of CBA news releases into languages other than English, the most recent being the announcement of our 2 newest members into Vietnamese, highlighting Ms. Dong's Vietnamese heritage. So we're happy to do that. That concludes my presentation on this agenda item. I'll now turn it back over to President Rosenbaum, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all your efforts on this. Truly appreciated. Do you have any other comments from? Yes, Ms. Lotto.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Mr. Hemphill, in your website updates for the fee increases, I clicked on the link to the new page and it says not found. I don't know if just the report link is broken or if
that was kind of a proactive link. Okay. The web page isn't done yet.
Got it.
It's almost there. That will be the correct link once it is. So it'll be up probably as soon as next week. But I thank you for clicking on the link and looking for it.
Will you be able to navigate to those new pages from the home page? Will there be a banner? Like how does that work?
Yes, yeah, we'll have some graphics. We have that kind of scrolling carousel on the front there, so they'll be visible and make sure people can see all that. And then the usual social media posts and all of that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Yes.
Oh, well, thank you. I thought that was a really good PA. I was wondering, in addition to the newsletters, are you also translating something like the video into different languages? As well, in terms of social media, I'm not a social media expert, but 75 followers on Instagram. I think my mom has more followers. Are you hiring a marketing firm? Are you doing this on your own?
Well, Instagram, we just started. Okay. That page debuted in November, so that's our newest one. We do have over 5,000 followers on Facebook and Instagram, or excuse me, X and LinkedIn are about 4,000 each. So I really like your idea about translating a video, perhaps. We have not done that in the past, but that is something that we can do. And we do some of our social media posts occasionally bilingual as well. So that is definitely something we're exploring, and thank you for the suggestion.
And just one more item, just sort of dovetailing on Ms. Lotta's discussion about using the website, because we are moving a lot of information content on the website. Are you also maximizing for mobile views? Because when I look at CBA's website, even now on my Apple iPhone, you know, the way it's laid out, it's a little bit awkward. You know, it's just a lot of people are now looking and digesting information on their phones, not on their laptops anymore.
Right.
So it might make sense to optimize the views for that.
Yeah, that is something that we do look at, and we'll continue to keep that in mind. But with the templates that we're allowed to use, it's somewhat limited, but like I said, that is something that we definitely try to keep in mind. So thank you very much. It was a great suggestion. I'm writing them down.
Thank you. Anything further? Oh, sorry, Ms. Lotta.
Thank you. I see the fee increase is going to be effective in just a few months. How quickly do we plan to get that new page up regarding the fee increases?
Yeah, it's like I said, that is ready to go as soon as probably as soon as next week, and we're kind of coordinated as well with Cal CPA, who's going to help us with some of the messaging. So all of that is being coordinated, and it's just about ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? If not, thank you. But before we go, we have to have some public comment. I'd like to see if there's any public comment here in Sacramento on any of the items in the president and the executive officer's report, the strategic planning process, the administration activity, or the update on communications and outreach. Anything in Sacramento? Moderator, can you open up the WebEx to see if we have any online comments?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is open. The instructions will be on the screen shortly. If you would like to participate, click that question mark inside of the square, type comments, send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, press *3 to raise your virtual hand. The instructions are on the screen. I see no requests at this time. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, please. And with that, we will adjourn for lunch and back here at 1:40. Thank you.
Hear me?
Too late.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I am
course, Kathy Johnson. I'm the Enforcement Advisory Committee Chair, and I'll be presenting CBA item 6A1, report of the February 1st, 2024 Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting. So the EAC held its meeting in person on February 1, 2024 at the CBA offices in Sacramento. I would like to, first of all, thank California Board of Accountancy's member, Katrina Salazar, for attending the EAC meeting and providing an update on the CBA activities. Thank you, Ms. Salazar. And at the meeting, members focused on reviewing open investigative files with the CBA staff. Members also provided valuable insight and feedback to assist staff with the next steps in the investigative process. The EAC also held 3 investigative hearings. Our next EAC meeting will be held on May the 2nd of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Salazar.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. This is not a question, but I just wanted to share that as a participant at that meeting presenting the board report, I was able to coordinate with the staff to attend one of the investigative hearings as an observer. And I would just strongly encourage our board members who have not had that experience, that it is a great learning opportunity. It's a great chance to see how the process happens and learn what committees are doing. And so I would just share that you work with staff, you make that request. It is well worth the time. And then of course, staff will help you track to make sure that you are not participating in any hearing that might move towards board action. But it's all done in a great way that protects consumers. And I would just share that experience and encourage folks to be aware that it exists.
Thank you for that comment, and I would absolutely echo that. I know we have board members who are assigned as liaisons to attend formally the EAC meetings, but that doesn't mean that any other board member can't ask to do so if one happens to be in your area particularly, and it really is a good experience. Okay, thank you, Kathy. Before we have public comment on the reports, let's next turn to Laura Ross for the Peer Review Oversight Committee report. Laura, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
Great. Yeah, I couldn't see Kathy either. I'm hoping that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. President Rosenbaum, members of the board, I am Laura Ross, chair of the CBA's Peer Review Oversight Committee. The PROC held its meeting at the CBA headquarters and on WebEx on February 16th. I would like to thank CBA liaison Tony Lynn for attending our meeting and providing an overview of the CBA's activities from the January 25th CBA meeting. The PROC discussed, provided feedback, and approved its December 8, 2023 minutes. PROC members attended 4 report acceptance body meetings, also known as RABs, since our last PROC meeting. PROC members reported that the report acceptance body meetings all met expectations. PROC members reviewed 2 out-of-state administering entities, the Texas Society of CPAs and the Puerto Rico Society of CPAs. It was determined that they complied with the administrative procedures and standards in all material respects as established by the CBA. The PROC was also updated on changes to the Uniform CPA exam that was implemented in January. Lastly, the PROC approved the draft 2023 Peer Review Oversight Committee Annual Report, which I will present on the next agenda item. The next PROC meeting will be held on May 10th, 2024. President Rosenbaum, would you like me to continue on to item C2?
Yes, please.
Okay, item C2 is the proposed Peer Review Oversight Committee 2023 Annual Report. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow PROC members for their dedication and hard work over the past year. The proposed 2023 PROC annual report includes information on various activities and accomplishments, information on the oversight functions performed by the PROC, and various statistical information. At its February 16th, 2024 meeting, the PROC reviewed and approved the proposed PROC 2023 annual report. I will now highlight a few areas of the annual report found in the attachment. Starting on page 8 of the annual report, the PROC administrative site visit to Cal CPA is summarized. You will see that Cal CPA indicated that if a firm is headquartered in another state, has a substandard peer review that is administered by another administering entity other than Cal CPA or the AICPA, and the firm failed to authorize the administering entity to share the peer review results with other states, then those substandard reviews would not be included in the list of substandard peer review reports submitted to the CBA. Cal CPA is currently conducting data analysis and outreach to identify any substandard reports not yet reported to the CBA. Starting on page 11 of the annual report, you will find the results of the AICPA's 2022-2023 oversight of Cal CPA. And near the bottom of page 11, you will find Cal CPA's corrective actions. The AICPA oversight identified 2 deficiencies. First, it allowed CBA staff to access confidential information during the 2021 administrative site visit, and 2, a significant number of open reviews that did not appear to be actively monitored. In the conclusion section on page 27 of the annual report, the PROC notes that the CBA asserts that the staff are authorized by state statute to access confidential peer review information and have publicly expressed disagreement with the AICPA standards related to confidentiality at CBA meetings and through written and verbal communication with the AICPA. Also in the conclusion section of the report, you'll find the PROC discussed the deficiency regarding the timeliness of peer review completion during its administrative site visit to Cal CPA. The PROC members learned that Cal CPA has remedied the issue by implementing a robust process for monitoring the status of peer reviews going forward and by receiving staff support from the Pennsylvania Institute of CPAs. Now, turning our attention to the last paragraph on page 26 of the report, the CBA has previously expressed concern regarding the sufficiency of the peer reviewer population. You might be interested to hear about a new recruitment effort that Cal CPA has begun that focuses on a few select firms with exemplary peer reviews. In conclusion, the PROC found that the California peer review program is meeting the requirements set forth by the CBA, but did not include recommendations starting on the bottom of page 27. The PROC recommends first, monitoring the Pennsylvania Institute of CPAs by reviewing the AICPA oversight reports and ensuring that the Pennsylvania Institute of CPAs is meeting the CBA's peer review requirements. Next, AICPA continue to monitor the California peer reviewer population to ensure that California firms have access to knowledgeable peer reviewers who have the capacity to perform a peer review in a timely manner. And last, AICPA identify previous substandard peer reviews, if any, not submitted to the CBA within the 60-day mandate, and that the AICPA identify a resolution to ensure all future substandard peer reviews are submitted to the CBA within the 60-day mandate. The PROC recommends that the CBA adopt the proposed 2023 annual report and continue to provide guidance to the PROC concerning its oversight activities. I would like to turn this discussion item back over to President Rosenbaum, and Michelle Center is present to assist in answering any questions members may have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ross. Do we have any questions from any on the board? I have one question that maybe I don't know who's going to answer. What are the time limits on? Are there any deadlines? For example, the AICPA reporting back about any substandard peer reviews that we haven't heard of?
So at this point in time, we are working directly with Cal CPA, who is working with AICPA on this issue. I think they at first ran into some stumbling blocks with trying to do the identification kind of in the way that we had discussed previously at this board meeting, where we provided them information regarding licensees that we have here. And so at this point in time, they've decided to go backwards, which, goodness, makes so much more sense. I don't know why we didn't think of it. Kind of starting with kind of the failed peer reviews and then identifying whether or not they have a California license. Given that approach, I'm hoping that this will speed things up. I have not received any additional feedback on progress other than that particular information.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to accept? We need a motion to accept the peer review oversight committee report. Ms. Tu?
I will make a motion to accept the peer review report.
Do we have a second? Yes, thank you.
I move to second the motion to accept the PROC report.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further discussion on the acceptance, and I guess also any further discussion on also the Enforcement Advisory Committee report from the board, from Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, could you open up the WebEx to see if we have any public comment?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of the square, type comments, send it to all panelists. If you're calling in, *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Ross, could you call for the vote or count the vote?
Evangeline Ward? Yes. Yin Tu? Yes. Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Carrie-Ann Farrell-Hines?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
And Doug Aguilera?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you. And thank you both, Kathy and Laura, for all your work on the committees. We really appreciate it.
Welcome, thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, item number 7, discussion and possible action to consider public comments, et cetera, et cetera. Deanne.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon, President Rosenbaum, members of the board. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the board the opportunity to consider the public comment received during the 45-day public comment period, consider the staff recommended response to the public comment received, and adopt the proposed regulatory text for California Code of Regulations, or CCR, Title 16, Sections 10, 10.1, and 87.1 as originally noticed. At its November 2023 meeting, the CBA approved initiating a rulemaking to amend applicable regulatory sections to eliminate the requirement for the PET exam prior to licensure, replace it with the regulatory review CE course due at a licensee's first renewal, and temporarily recognize the PET exam as a self-study technical CE course to reduce the burden on those applicants who have already purchased the PET exam but will not need it for licensure. Following this approval, the CBA filed the necessary documents with the Office of Administrative Law. The 45-day comment period began on January 19th and concluded on March 5th, 2024. During the public comment period, the CBA received one written comment, which is included in the agenda item. The commenter expressed their opposition to regulatory review's course requirement because this would add an unnecessary level of compliance for CPA candidates. This commenter stated the CBA needs to lessen the barriers to the profession and inquired into proposing changes to candidates' experience requirements. Please refer to page 4 for review of the public comment. Staff recommends that the board reject this comment and approve the drafted response on page 5. The proposed response explains that this regulatory proposal allows the CBA to meet its mission of consumer protection by ensuring new licensees are qualified and aware of California statutes and regulations, as licensees will be required to complete the regulatory review course within 2 years of licensure instead of 6 to 8 years after initial licensure. In addition, the CBA rejects the commenter's inquiry about experience requirements as it is unrelated to this proposed rulemaking. Staff recommends the CBA adopt the motion as follows. Adopt the staff recommended response to the comment as shown in the comment section of this item. Adopt the proposed regulatory text, CCR, Title 16, Sections 10, 10.1, and 87.1 as originally noticed. Direct staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking file, including submitting to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, and authorize the executive officer to make any technical and non-substantive changes to the proposed regulations as necessary. That concludes my presentation. I'll now turn the discussion back over to President Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, to kick it off, do we have a motion as outlined by Ms. Pierce? Ms. Tu.
I will make the motion for the staff recommendation. I'm not going to read all the recommendations.
Okay, so the motion as described by Ms. Pierce. Second, or yes?
I second that motion.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions from anyone on the board? Any discussion? Seeing none, any public comment in Sacramento? Moderator, would you please open up the lines and see if we have any comments on WebEx?
This is the moderator. The Q&A is open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists. If you are calling in, *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, there are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Reed, would you record the vote, please?
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines.
Yes.
Christian Lotta.
Yes.
Tony Lynn.
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Katrina Salazar.
Yes.
Teresa Thompson.
Yes.
Yen Tu.
Yes.
Evangeline Ward.
Yes.
Doug Aguilera.
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor.
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
And Nancy Dong.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you, everyone. Next item on the agenda, Carrie O'Connor, a report from the Enforcement Chief. Agenda item number 8.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie O'Connor, and I'm the Chief of the Enforcement Division. The activity report before you today is for the first 7 months of fiscal year 2023-24. The CBA received nearly 3,000 complaints, and the graph on the bottom of page 1 provides a comparison of the total complaints received as of the same reporting period for the prior 2 fiscal years. You will see that compared with the prior fiscal year, we have received a 34% increase in complaints. Moving on to page 2, we have included information on the top 3 complaint types, with complaints regarding unlicensed activity being the most common. Moving on to investigations and investigations pending on page 3, staff closed a little over 3,700 cases, with 95% closed within 1 year. And the average days to close investigations was 113 days. Enforcement had just shy of 1,300 cases in its pending investigations inventory. And as of the date of this report, there were 3 cases over 24 months, 2 of which have now been referred to the Attorney General's office, and 1 that will be referred shortly. Discipline-related information can be found on page 4 of the report. Looking first at AG referrals, the CBA referred 17 matters to the AG and filed 14 pleadings. The CBA had 23 matters pending at the AG's office, and the CBA had taken action on 21 final disciplinary orders. Moving on to citations and fines on page 5, the CBA issued 671 citations, and 82% of those citations were for a specific violation related to failing to comply with the 20 and 12 continuing education requirements. We received 66 citation and appeals, and we have withdrawn or modified 34 citations based on those appeals. And in most cases, the licensee either provided new mitigating evidence or complied with the issue that resulted with the issuance of the citation. Page 6 contains information regarding unlicensed activity. We received 1,080 complaints regarding unlicensed activity, and we have closed nearly 1,700 investigations through the first 7 months of the fiscal year, with the majority being closed as a result of compliance with these issues. The final area that I'd like to highlight of my report is page 7, and it is related to probation monitoring. We had 76 licensees on probation, with 2 new probationers since the last report and 2 probation orientations completed for those new probationers. We identified 35 probation violations, with the majority being failure to submit the written quarterly reports. And at this time, I'd like to turn the discussion over to President Rosenbaum and would be happy to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from anyone here on the board? Okay. Do we have any public comment or questions from anyone in Sacramento? Moderator, would you please open the lines to see if we have any questions or comments via WebEx?
Yes, Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. Click on the question mark inside of the square, type comments, send it to all panelists if you would like to participate, or press *3 if you're calling from the phone to raise your virtual hand. At this time, there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Connor. Okay, next on the list, item number 9, Michelle Center will not be doing the report of the licensing chief, but rather Suzanne Garcia, the licensing activity report, the LAR.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. I'm Suzanne Gracia, Project Specialist for the CBA. The Licensing Activity Report, or LAR, covers July 1st, 2023 through January 31st, 2024. The LAR begins with reporting and processing times, and I'm happy to report that processing times remain below 30 days. Now, if you begin with, or if you turn your attention to page 2 of the LAR, the NASDA CPA exam performance summary for the 4th testing quarter of 2023 is attached. When comparing the 4th quarter of 2023 to the 4th quarter of 2022, in 2023, there were significantly more new CPA exam candidates who passed their 4th section, and total sections taken in 2022. However, there was a decline in the section passing rate for both first-time and repeat test takers. Moving on to page 3, there were nearly 75,000 stakeholder inquiries in the form of emails and telephone calls. This is inclusive of CBA calls directed to the DCA call center. On to pages 4 and 5. As of January 31st, the examination unit has approved 3,637 first-time applicants to sit for the CPA exam, and the initial licensing unit has approved 1,925 applications for CPAs and firms. On pages 6 through 8, data related to renewal statistics, renewal deficiencies, and continuing education audits are displayed. Table 7 includes CE audit data. There are 526 licensees who were selected so far for an audit in fiscal year 23-24, and of those, 357 have been found to be compliant, and 115 are still in process. Lastly, I would like to call your attention to an error for the number of military and refugee inquiries shown in Table 9 on page 10. The total number of inquiries should be 647, not 491. The updated activity report will be posted to the CBA website. That concludes my presentation. I will now turn it back over to President Rosenbaum, and happy to answer questions as best as I can.
All right, thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments, public comments from anyone first in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, would you please see if there are any questions or comments from the public on WebEx?
Yes, the Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Click on that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or press *3 to raise your virtual hand. At this time, there are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Grazia. Next on the agenda are meeting minute approvals. We've got some adoptions and some acceptances. First item is item 10A. Can I get a motion to adopt the meetings of our January 25th, 2024 CBA meeting, specifically agenda item, 10A. This includes some non-substantive edits that were noted after the materials were first received. So I need a motion to adopt these minutes from January. Yes, we have.
I move to adopt the January 25th meeting minutes.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Salazar, for your second. Okay, Ms. Reed, can we record the vote? Oh, sorry. Do you have any public comment from anyone in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, can we open the lines to see if we have any public comment on WebEx?
Yes, the Q&A is now open. Instructions are on the screen. If you're logged in, press that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists. If you are calling in, *3 from your phone to raise your virtual hand. And I do have a request for comment. I'm going to set up my timer here to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Call 7. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. And microphone is unmuted and we can hear you.
Yes, this is Linda Hansen, and I'm asking, you reported that you were set to move to 70% less office space so that it would show that your staff teleworking was doing fine. Why would you now punish the staff and make them come back to the office even more than the governor mandate of 2 days? The amount of money that will be spent on RTO is ridiculous. You will now not save money for office space, but will incur more costs in office space, computer items, and office supplies. As an accounting board, could you not approach Kirkmeyer and tell her that her reasoning for RTO is based on feelings, not fact of a Forbes magazine article?
Thank you very much for your comments. However, it appears that your comments do not relate to the agenda item currently before the board. Please note that board members are not allowed to act on any item not on today's agenda. You may provide your contact information to the board staff, and they will reach out to discuss your comments at the conclusion of the meeting. Again, thank you for your comments. Moderator, are there any other public comments on WebEx?
There are not. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, can you record the vote on the adoption of the January 25 CBA meeting minutes?
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Abstain.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Abstain.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Doug Aguilera.
Abstain.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. 10 B, C, D, and E are all minutes of various committees, and we will need to accept these meeting minutes, which include non-substantive edits that were added after the materials were distributed. So can I get a motion to accept these minutes of the meetings held by our various committees? Ms. Farrell Hines, Ms. Hines.
Why aren't we including F?
I didn't read F. B, C, D, E, and F.
And F. Okay, I
Yes.
move that we accept the minutes as indicated, B through F.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Ms. Batchelor,
I second.
thank you. Do you have any additional comment on the acceptance of the committee meeting minutes? Do we have any public comment in Sacramento on the acceptance of these committee meeting minutes? Seeing none, moderator, can you open the lines to see if there are any public comment on WebEx?
Yes, the Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or press *3 to raise your virtual hand from your phone. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, can you record the vote?
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Doug Aguilera,
Yes.
and Patricia Batchelor.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. On our agenda, we have a break scheduled. However, we're a bit ahead of time. So let's move forward with item number 11. 11A is report on activities of the AICPA. First is the Board of Examiners, Katrina Salazar.
Great. Thank you, President Rosenbaum. I appreciate your indulgence for me being absent during part of the meeting. Earlier this morning, I was actually participating in a Board of Examiners meeting virtually. And so there is not a lot to report other than I did participate in an overview orientation meeting, which helped set the stage for some of the upcoming meetings that the BOE will be having. So no specific items to share, but there will be future reports at future meetings. And so I'd be happy to turn it over for State Board Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we have any discussion well, actually, let's go ahead. Are there any, there's probably, but I'll ask for any discussion from board members on this topic. Is there any public comment from Sacramento? Moderator, can you see if there are any public comment on WebEx?
Yes, this is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or *3 from your phone to raise your hand. There are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Next on the list under the AICPA activities is the State Board Committee, Nancy Corrigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not the ice skater. I would fall on my
Sounds
face.
so familiar.
What is it? The triple what? Whatever. And I couldn't do that. Anyway, Thank you, though. And for the benefit of the newer members, the AICPA State Board Committee is a subcommittee of the Board of Examiners, which Ms. Salazar is on and chairs. And as a part of those meetings, we cover administrative matters, state board hot topics, CPA exam launch update on Board of Examiners meetings when they have them, so we get those updates, communications and operational updates, and exams and pipeline updates, so some of the really crucial topics right now. So we met virtually on February 23rd, and some highlights of that meeting, of course, discussing the exam rollout, and that it actually went fairly smoothly considering complications with such a big change in the exam. The biggest delay is following the rollout is the release of scores that overlap, of course, the next testing window. So that crunch in the beginning, which will smooth out in the end, was kind of the biggest thing. Also, the need for more testing availability, meaning the capacity versus the volume, which is a prometric issue to make availability to candidates wanting to test. On January 30th, we were told there was a Q&A webinar for candidates held by NASBA and AICPA. There will be another one late March, which we're almost there, or sometime in April for the candidates. A part of the communication effort to ease the strain and concerns over the new exam, so everything to do to help those candidates and keep everything moving. And another interesting point, we were told that some jurisdictions are using excess funds as scholarships rather than refunding to licensees or reducing future fees. So some jurisdictions are opting to do that as kind of a part of trying to help the pipeline. So that's kind of an interesting approach. Lastly, the AICPA is looking into cloud testing and for the CPA exam rather than the local prometric servers. And so they're seeing that as maybe a more secure, efficient way to have like a centralized delivery system. So taking a look into that as well. With that, that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any immediate questions for Ms. Corrigan?
Yeah, just one quick question. Where, and you may have mentioned this, where are they getting the excess funds from? Is it from the testing fees?
No, it's similar to our own state board where we're always managing or monitoring our months in reserve. And so there are times when we'll have excess months in reserve. Not often, usually it's kind of a deficiency in excess reserves. But if they do over time accumulate that, meaning probably over a course of a number of years, they've had more surpluses than deficits, they may have excess funding. For example, in past years, this board has actually reduced fees when we just didn't have a need and we had excess. So some boards are looking into the scholarship as an option.
Yes, Ms. Salazar.
I'd like to just ask to clarify a comment that I heard, and thank you, Ms. Corrigan, for sharing that. I would just add the clarification that it's a longer-term cloud driver strategy, and what that means is today the exam is on site at over 400 prometric sites where the candidates physically go test. And so the updates are made 400 times at 400 different locations. And so a cloud driver strategy is having a centralized location for the exam company to access to the exams. It's not to be confused with online test taking or anything else. So I just wanted to maybe add just a few more words that might make forestall some confusion for folks who are not familiar with that. And Nancy, please clarify anything that I might have missed.
I mean, I did mention in the end kind of the security and the efficiency of avoiding that laborious way. I'm not realizing there were over 400, but yeah, they're referring to a centralized delivery system, which just kind of puts it out there and goes. I'm sure it's not a quick remedy, but it's definitely something that they're considering right now. So thank you.
Okay, great. That would conclude agenda item 11A. So under the AICPA, do we have any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, do we have any questions, any public comment from Sacramento? No? Moderator, would you please open the lines to see if we have any public comment on WebEx?
Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Click on the question mark and enter comment and send it to a panelist, or press 3 from your phone to raise your hand. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. The next item on the agenda is 11B, reports of various activities from NASBA, and we are blessed with having both Ms. Corrigan and Ms. Salazar being very active in NASBA and certain of their committees. So I'd like to call on the presentations, but you can ask questions as they present, but we're going to hold public comment until the conclusion of all the reporting in 11B under the NASBA line item. So first up, give it a whirl.
All right, thank you. So just under the NASBA Director at Large report, I would, one of the things I was going to mention, I think has already been addressed in some of the staff's materials about the professional licensure task force activities. But what I would share is that there was a webinar on March 8th from the Professional Licensure Task Force, and there is now a recording of that is available on NASBA's website for any new board members or board members who did not hear it in its entirety, so that resource is available. I might also just let our folks know, if you are newer to the board, you may not know why you're receiving emails from NASBA. So as board members, you are all part of NASBA, so you should be getting updates. There was a quarterly communications pack, and I would share on February 22nd, there was a state board report. And so these are emails that come with links. So there's information in that about Department of Labor's audit quality report, CPA evolution, the NASBA conference calendar. So if you are not receiving those, please check your spam filters and reach out to staff, and they can assist you with just confirming that we have, NASBA has the correct information and that your setup is proper. So really that was all I have to report. The next NASBA board meeting will be in April, and I know Nancy is busy with her area as well, so she may have additional items to report.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, do you have?
Thank you. Yes, as far as agenda item, let's see, that's 11B2, report of the Pacific Regional Director. For the benefit of the new members, the Pacific region consists of Alaska, Arizona, California, CNMI, or Commonwealth or Northern Mariana Islands, Guam, Hawaii, Oregon, and Washington. And we held a conference call, sort of a Zoom call on February 26th, and Mr. President Rosenbaum and Mr. Franzella attended that. And that's the opportunity to put questions out to the region or to gather information that is helpful that can be then fed back to NASBA for any assistance, resolution of issues and things like that. And also then for NASBA to be able to compare nationally what's going on in the 8 regions. So a number of them are working on wrapping up regulation, which is always at issue with any jurisdiction. None of them indicated any real significant issues with the exam rollout, and certainly mentioned that NASBA was right on the spot to resolve anything, that was happening. So people were grateful for that. Some of them, of course, mentioning pipeline as their biggest issue. Knowing and having mentioned earlier in the day that Oregon's kind of looking at moving toward 120 units plus 2 years, and interested in having something happening relatively quickly. Washington has established a kind of a pipeline committee where they're kind of watching and monitoring and working with AICP and NASBA and the task force, pipeline task force. So California, of course, reported that they had their upcoming sunset review hearing, which we know by now went excellently, went well. They'll be responding back, but that was kind of the intense item for California. Guam, kind of interesting, and something that California doesn't have to think about very often, if at all. They were able to find a visiting professor for their university for a full year, and that's a tough thing when you think about an isolated place like Guam and being worried about
professors in their universities. So Hawaii is working with a 30-month extension on a case-by-case basis, where California is more kind of a blanket situation, and we dealt with that at the last meeting. So they all have various things going on. A number of them still trying to adapt to or conform with UAA requirements, and so always something to be working on. As far as responding to the professional licensure task force concept exposure, they all said that they would be responding in some fashion, either as a board, which our board did, or individually as members of a board. So they would all be giving their feedback. I did announce that the regional meetings are upcoming. The Eastern region is June 4th through 6th in Louisville, Kentucky. The Western region is June 25th through 27th in Omaha, Nebraska. As a part of those regional meetings, there is always an orientation for new board members. So with that, I will conclude my report and turn it back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have further reports on some of the other items that you?
No, nothing at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Salazar, do you have continued report on legislative?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, thank you. You're smiling.
Yes, so I will give a brief report on the Legislative Support Committee. That is a NASDA committee. We have held meetings January 31st and February 28th. We have another meeting that will happen after sort of the traditional tax season is scheduled to end. What I would share with you is that aside from following the national legislation regarding experience requirements and some of the anti-regulatory legislation that is being proposed throughout the U.S., one of the things that the committee is doing is considering what the committee can do to support boards that may be facing what we call consolidation. We are fortunate in California not to have this, but across the U.S., state boards of accountancy are finding that their executive directors are being consolidated, and some states that used to have a dedicated executive director or a full-time executive director or executive officer now may manage multiple boards at the same time. And so the focus of the committee is really looking at what information is available that might help support boards that are in that position. And so that is one of our projects. The idea is that it's important for boards and NASBA to be surrounded by other effective and efficient functioning boards of accountancy, because we do know that it is a small country and CPAs do practice in multiple states. And so it does very much tie into the mobility conversations that we have had before. I will also share with you one of the things that NASBA does. You may have heard of ARPL, which is the Alliance for Responsible Professional Licensing. That is a group that NASBA participates in that helps advocate for sound and robust regulatory oversight. And so there is a state partner webinar that happened earlier this week. And if you are interested, or any board members are interested, I would ask to coordinate through our EO, and I can provide our EO information on how to get a rebroadcast of that. But those are some of the things that the committee is supporting, and I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for not only those reports, but for your participation on both of these organizations nationally, and you represent California well. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from here on the board? Yes.
I do have one question. Right now, you mentioned that some states are combining their boards, or maybe one person is going to be on different boards, you're saying. Is that a reflection due to just the population not having enough people to be on the board, or is it a reflection of not having enough CPAs to have a reason to have a board?
I don't think that there's a single answer to that, Member Ward. I would say that it differs just as all states are different. I think every state has a different set of demographics and population and fiscal constraints. We're seeing some are based upon perceived efficiencies of we can put boards together and have one person do a job that used to be done by multiple people and save money. Sometimes it might be based upon headcount. So there is not one answer. The concern is we, NASBA, and as a board member, I care that all state boards have their voice in the national regulatory conversation, because it is important, just as California's voice is incredibly important to be at the national table. We also want to make sure that other boards can function effectively and efficiently, and that they have representation as well. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it sort of all depends upon the case. I will give you two examples. Hawaii has multiple boards. The executive officer, and Nancy's much closer to this than I am now, and I do know there's another state who I won't name who used to have a dedicated, shouldn't use dedicated, an executive director, they're all dedicated, an executive director who only oversaw one board, and that one person now oversees 16 boards. So it just depends. And so that is the reason there's a conversation. There's also, I think most important, a correlation between and I can't say causation, but there seems to be a correlation between that consolidation where you have an executive officer or executive director sharing multiple agency oversight responsibilities, with just the ability to keep up with the workload, and turnover seems to be higher. And so that's never desirable for a board of accountancy. So that's the idea of trying to create support that might be used for states that wanted to look for reasons why independent or semi-independent state boards are helpful. So I'm very proud of our board and our structure, and I think that, you know, our model seems to work well for us. So that's probably all I should say.
To tack on a tad bit and to address just a part of your question, it isn't that jurisdictions don't have a board, other than we have like CNMI on my group is kind of working on with their governor and appointments and things like that. So there's a board, but the board may not be populated. It is more of what Ms. Salazar was saying, more of, and there is the individual that basically performs as the executive director for 16 boards, and he's going crazy all the time, I would imagine. So it isn't that they don't have boards, they do. It's more of how they're administered. So to give you that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Do you have any comments, any public comment in Sacramento? No. Moderator, can you open the lines to see if there are any public comment on WebEx?
Yes, the Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Click on the question mark, type comment, send it to all panelists, or if you're calling in, *3 to raise your hand. There are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Okay, now we're at that time of our agenda where we are going to hear from the committees that met this morning. So first up is agenda item number 12, a report on the Committee of Professional Conduct and Legislative, the CP. First of all, the CPC. First of all, Christian Lara.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Staff has provided a very detailed and comprehensive report from our CPC committee this morning. So please, thank you for your patience as I get through this. The first item on the CPC agenda was a staff presentation on the adoption of the 150 semester unit requirement, California's mobility program, and the connection between semester unit requirements and mobility. An understanding of these topics will help guide CBA discussions, recommendations, and actions on topics that relate to the CPA pipeline. I will begin with substantial equivalency. Substantial equivalency is the concept that was developed by NASBA to be the backbone of cross-border practice. Specifically, NASBA defines substantial equivalency as the completion of a baccalaureate and 150 semester units, passing the uniform CPA examination, and 1 year of experience. After that definition of substantial equivalency was finalized, a bill sponsored by the California Society of CPAs and the Board of Equalization sought to codify many of the CBA's recommendations that would align California's licensure requirements more closely with NASBA's definition of substantial equivalency. The most notable proposed change to the licensure education requirements included a pathway that would require a baccalaureate degree and a minimum of 150 semester units. During the legislature's deliberative process, a compromise was reached that established a two-pathway system, one requiring 120 semester units and 2 years of experience, and one requiring 150 semester units and 1 year of experience. NASBA notified the CBA that it would remove its substantial equivalent designation if it did not eliminate the pathway allowing licensure with 120 semester units. In response, subsequent legislation in 2009 removed the 120 unit pathway. It is crucial to understand that the current 150 semester unit requirement for licensure was enacted specifically with the intent of maintaining substantial equivalency as defined by NASBA so that California CPAs could continue to realize the benefits of mobility with other states. Over time, California's mobility program changed and evolved. It began with allowing temporary and incidental cross-border practice, then transitioned to increased opportunities for cross-border practice given a notice and a fee requirement. California's current practice privilege law, commonly known as mobility, went into effect on July 1st, 2013, granting a practice privilege to out-of-state licensees who meet certain requirements, including holding a CPA license from a state which the CBA determines has substantially equivalent licensure requirements to California. The CBA designated such jurisdictions when it adopted California Code of Regulations, CCR Section 5.5, listing the substantially equivalent states. I would now like to discuss the connection between education requirements and mobility. In California, a licensee in good standing from a state listed in CCR Section 5.5 may be eligible to engage in the practice of public accountancy in California under practice privilege without obtaining a California CPA license. Because California has codified the states considered substantially equivalent, a regulatory change would first need to take place before a state's loss of substantial equivalency would affect its licensees wishing to engage in the practice of public accountancy under practice privilege. If California were to remove its substantial equivalency for a jurisdiction, it does not mean that licensees from that jurisdiction could not practice in California under the mobility provisions. California's mobility provisions also provide for out-of-state licensees to qualify by having practiced public accountancy for 4 out of the last 10 years, or by having their individual qualifications evaluated by NASBA to determine if they are consistent with California's 150 semester unit pathway. If California were to make changes to its 150 semester unit requirement, the impact on California CPAs is unknown. In some instances, states that have not specified substantially equivalent jurisdictions in statutory or regulatory language may be able to move more quickly to prohibit mobility for a California CPA, whereas in other states, the impact may be more gradual. This means that if California were to enact licensure requirements deemed by NASBA or other states as inconsistent with substantial equivalency, CBA licensees could experience greater obstacles to engage in mobility. As the CBA continues to examine, evaluate, discuss, and consider education requirement alternatives, an understanding of the history of California's adoption of the 150 semester unit requirement, the evolution of California's mobility program, and the connection between educational requirements, mobility, and the concept of substantial equivalency will be pertinent. There was no action taken on this item during the meeting. President Rosenbaum, would you like me to continue to the next agenda item?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so for CBA item 12A3, this item, the next item CPC discussed was possible action on proposed amendments to California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Article 2.5, License Status, and Article 12, Continuing Education. Staff provided several ideas they are exploring to update sections within the CCR, including allow for emerging learning approaches and technologies, increase clarity and reduce repetition, update subject areas, and improve the regulatory review course. The CPC discussed the ideas being considered by staff and recommends that the CBA direct staff to begin exploring changes to CCR Articles 2.5 and 12 and appoint 1 or 2 CBA members to work with CBA staff in finalizing proposed regulatory language for CBA consideration. This is a fully formed motion and a second is not needed. I'll return it back to President Rosenbaum for comments and a vote.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for the fully formed motion. Do we have any questions or comments from the board on the appointment of 1 or 2 to help with continuing education exploration? Seeing none, do we have any public comment in Sacramento? Moderator, would you please see if there's any public comment through WebEx?
The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark, type comment, send it to our panelists, or *3 from your phone to raise your hand. No request. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Okay, Ms. Reed, will you take the vote?
Doug Aguilera?
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Latta?
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. Just informing the board and the public that staff will include the topic of the amount of hours for license renewal and report back at a future CBA meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But yes, Ms. Salazar.
I might have missed it. Is it possible to throw in a comment on items A2 on the 150 semester unit requirement paper?
Please do.
So I would first like to thank the staff for the work in preparing that. I think it was really, really important to see California's perspective. And my only comment was to share some of the history from the other side, because during the committee member, I heard about NASBA's position. So the only thing I was going to share was the sort of the counterpart context to the 150 semester unit requirement. The conversations, well, we won't talk about when they started. It was a long time ago, but the very first state that adopted 150 was Florida in 1979. So that by 2008, there were 48 states in the U.S. That had adopted 150 hours. And so that dovetails with the situation which is addressed in the staff paper, that it really became a mobility because California was a bit of an outlier. The part that I would comment on as well is that my understanding at the national level is where those other states moved to 150 had to do with changes in the accounting profession, the increase in technology, the increase in pronouncements, and sort of the body of knowledge that expanded during that period of time, the need for soft skills, communications, ethics, writing, and that was part of the need for qualified professionals in a learned profession to have that higher criteria for education of 150. So it's not a comment on good, bad, or ugly, but I did just want to share that compliment because our path in California has been different nationally, but that is the background to the 150 that exists today in the UAA, which is the Uniform Accountancy Act. So I just appreciate being able to add that to the record to sort of supplement the other side of the background. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, moving along, let's now agenda item 12B, the Legislative Committee report from Yen Tu.
Thank you, President Rosenbaum. The first item discussed by the Legislative Committee was the review and approval of the responses to questions from the Sunset Review background paper. The background paper contains 3 primary sections. Number 1, overview of the CBA. Number 2, prior Sunset Review changes and improvements. And of course, number 3 is issue identified by the committees. The legislator posed 13 issues to the CBA. Staff summarized the issues, the legislative staff's recommendations, and CBA's proposed responses to those issues, which was included in as attachment 1 to 13 on the agenda item. The LC proposed to add the CBA's proposed response to issue number 1 and affirmative statement regarding the CBA support for the elimination of the MSG. The response to issue 9 was amended by the LC to include CBA's communication with professors in accounting programs and on-campus accounting societies as other revenues which are being pursued to inform students about the new uniform CPA exam. The LC also amended the response to issue number 11 to provide additional clarity regarding the CBA scope and involvement regarding the national discussion of pipeline issues. The LC recommends the CBA approve the draft responses to the legislator's Sunset Review questions in the background paper, and for the CBA president to work with staff to finalize any changes that may be necessary. This is a fully formed motion and does not need a second. President Rosenbaum.
Thank you very much for that motion, and thank you very much for the work of the Legislative Committee. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Are there any public comment from Sacramento? Moderator, can you please open up the lines to see if there's any public comment on WebEx?
The Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Press that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or *3 from your phone to raise your hand. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, would you please take the vote?
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Tony Lin?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell-Hines?
Yes.
Nancy Dong?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
And Doug Aguilera?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'll
You
continue.
may continue.
Thank you. The next item the Legislative Committee discussed was the review and consideration of a possible position on legislation. Staff presented Assembly Bill 3251, authored by Assembly Business and Professional Committee. The bill is the vehicle for CBA Sunset Review legislative package and presently contains placeholder language. This bill will be amended to include any CBA's legislative proposal that are approved once the responses to the background paper are provided back to the committees. The LT recommends the CBA take a position of support on SB not SB, AB 3251. This is a fully formed motion and does not need a second. Back to the chair.
Okay, thank you for that motion. So do we have any comment from the board for the motion to support AB 3251? No? Any public comment for those in Sacramento? Moderator, would you please see if there's any comment on WebEx?
The Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Click on the question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or press *3 from your phone to raise your hand. There are no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Reed, will you please take the vote?
Doug Aguilera,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Nancy Dong,
Yes.
Carrie Ann Farrell Hines,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
and Evangeline Ward.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you.
And I have one last item.
Thank you.
The
Continue.
last item on the legislative committee agenda was the review and consideration of possible positions on legislation the California Board of Accountancy is monitoring. Staff provided an update on legislation which is presently being monitored. Several bills have been introduced this season as placeholder or spot bills. If any bills is amended in a manner that makes it relevant to the CBA, an analysis will be conducted by staff and presented to the CBA at a future meeting date. The LC took no action on this item, and that will conclude my report.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments from the board? Are there any public comments from attendees in Sacramento? Moderator, will you please see if there are any comments on WebEx?
The Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen. Click on the question mark, type comment, and send it to all panelists, or *3 to raise your virtual hand. No requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Okay, we are now down to closing business agenda item number 13. 13A is for future California Board of Accountancy meetings. Are there any agenda items that any of our board members would like to add to future board meetings? Any agenda items? Yes, Ms. Ward.
I'm not really sure if it's something you can add per se, but this morning when we had discussion and the remarks came up regarding the pipeline and how to get more people interested in the CPA field, and I'm so bad with names, my glasses on, Ms. Batcher, when she made the comment, and that is a true statement. When people, students in college, they look into careers, they look up how much you make and what's required. So, and I never looked up what the CPA makes. I didn't look at that. But now that I did look at it real fast, I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? So, I don't know how you do that because it's not a board thing, but I don't know. I don't know. But in some way that has to change because the CPA position is so needed. It is so needed. If not, the whole world will be in trouble with taxes and IRS, and you can name everything else that happens. So I don't know how to make that a question, a concern, next board meeting, but that is something that's so real that has to change. Me being in the dental profession, if I go through all that schooling and education and you tell me that's the salary I get, I probably won't go through the profession, which I think maybe that's what's happening. Yes, I don't know if that's a question, a concern, or how you can bring it up, but I don't know. So I thank you for sharing that.
I think it is a concern. Unfortunately, that may not be something we can address, although slightly less than half of us would really like that. But I don't know that we can put that on the agenda, but maybe we can ask staff to just have them keep it in mind in case something, comes up that they might be able to fit it in. Yes, Ms. Batchelor.
would like to add that there's other interests, in terms of the pipeline that this board and the Board of Accountancy can address, like we say continuing education hours and, which is salary, of course, is out of our realm, but there's different other things. And I think the adoption of the task force would be an excellent idea in order for us to just really take a look and hammer out some issues to try to consolidate it and make it more concise that has to do with our direct control.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have had some conversations with staff. At the moment, they are satisfied with the direction that we have earlier provided to them to incorporate a lot of the things that we've talked about on this. And so prior to forming a task force, let's see how they are addressing all of these things. And maybe at the next meeting, we'll see where the progress has been made on some of these topics. Appreciate that, though. Anything further from the board? I'll now open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public in the Sacramento location that would like to comment and particularly identify any items that could be for future items on the agenda? Seeing none, moderator, will you please open up the lines for public comment and see if we have anything on WebEx?
Yes, the Q&A is now open. Instructions are on the screen. If you'd like to participate, click that question mark, type comments, send it to all panelists, or raise your hand from your phone by pressing *3. I see no requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into closed session, and at the conclusion of closed session, the CBA meeting will be adjourned.